Chapter 117. Inside the hall, 3 pairs of eyes watched as the white dot and the 5 black dots collided. In less than 20 breaths, the 5 black dots were annihilated one after another, leaving behind only the white that was still flickering. The 3 people's eyelids twitched. Han Jiayue hurriedly raised his hand and pressed on his battlefield imprint, hurriedly sending out a message. Soon, nearly 10 black dots separated from the few mountains near the white dots and gathered there. This woman was obviously furious. Who knew where this 4th order cultivator came from? He ran to the back of Tai Luo's sect and destroyed a peak. This was simply a slap in the face. Although she didn't know how that person did it, he was able to kill 5 people in such a short time while fighting 1 against 5. It was obvious that this person's methods were extraordinary. However, that peak was still occupied by Tai Luo's sect, so it was easy to mobilize people to encircle him. The other party was most likely injured. As long as he dared to stay there for a moment, he would definitely die. Tang Wu looked at her and didn't interfere. This matter couldn't be interfered with. Everyone had their battlefield imprints, so it was very convenient for them to send messages. Moreover, there were people coming and going in this hall, so any news would be constantly spread. The 3 9th Order cultivators were here not only to ensure the smooth running of the Dragon Spring meeting, but also to interfere and command the Dragon Spring meeting to a certain extent. However, it was still a pity that this 4th Order cultivator had entered the 100 Peak Mountain from the wrong place. If he had entered from Blue Feather Mountain's territory, he might have been able to help them. But he chose to enter from Tai Luo sect's territory, so he probably wouldn't have a good end. The only way to survive was to retreat immediately. During the Dragon Spring meeting, Tai Luo sect wouldn't have too much energy to chase after him. Just as Tang Wu was thinking this, the white began to move again. Seeing the direction the white that was moving in, Tang Wu knew that this person was dead for sure. Han Jiu gritted his teeth and sneered, "Good, you've got guts." After the white that killed the 5 Tai Luo sect cultivators, not only did it not choose to retreat, it even rushed into the 100 Peak Mountain. Qin wanly laughed from the side. Where did this hothead come from? Doesn't he know that the 3 of us are holding a Dragon Spring meeting here? Tang Wu stretched out his hand to Han Jiu and looked at her silently. His meaning was obvious. What, did I lose? Who knows which camp this guy is from? He only killed a few of my Tai Luo sect's disciples. Who can prove that he is from the Haotian Alliance? Han Jiu was in a bad mood at the moment. These words were not without reason. On the Spirit Stream battlefield, even people from the same faction could attack each other. Furthermore, killing others would also give merit points. Tang Wu withdrew his hand and did not continue to pester him. He had the same idea just now. In the end, the previous bet was just a spur of the moment. Everyone knew that it was very difficult to get the other party to fulfill the bet, unless there was a way to prove that the white that belonged to the camp. On the mountain peak, Lu Yi packed up his spoils of war and rode on his tiger once more. To him, the previous battle was just a small interlude on his journey and would not affect him much. However, to be on the safe side, he still let Yi run ahead to scout ahead. Yi came and went like a ghost, so she was most suitable for this task. Sitting on the tiger's back, Lu Yi threw a spirit accumulation pill into his mouth to recover. The battle just now started in a hurry and ended quickly, so he did not consume too much spirit chi. If he had not used 2 spirit techniques at the last moment, he would have consumed less spirit chi. As for Han Jiu's assumption that he must have been injured, it was impossible. However, it was undoubtedly a good habit to keep one's spirit chi full when traveling alone. Speaking of which, the power of the Fire Phoenix technique was indeed quite good. A 2nd Order Origin Realm Master who was hit by it was immediately killed. The only downside was that there was a certain sense of shame when using this technique, so one needed to have a strong heart. It seemed that he had to find time to study it and see if he could change the external appearance of the technique to a normal one. After a cup of tea's time, Yi returned and told Lu Yi a piece of bad news. There were a few more cultivators on the mountain peak in front of them, and they were heading straight for them. It seemed that these people were in the same group as the ones he killed before. Lu Yi was sure that the 5 cultivators who were killed did not send any message before they died because the battle ended too quickly for them to react. But even so, the other party's companions were heading towards them. What was going on? After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi decided to retreat. He didn't know the cultivation of the cultivators who were heading towards him. He only saw a few people and didn't dare to get too close, so there was no way to determine their cultivation. If the other party's cultivation was not high, Lu Yi was confident that he could deal with them. But if there were a few 5th-order cultivators or 1 or 2 6th-order cultivators among them, it would be troublesome. Of course, the possibility of this was not high. After all, this was only the periphery of the battlefield. Lu Yi just felt that the situation was not right. He had encountered some cultivators along the way, but it was the first time he had encountered them so frequently. He simply suspected that he had broken into the territory of some great force. However, the mark on the map indicated that this was the intersection of 3 forces and did not belong to any one of them. He went forward to explore again, and soon more bad news came. There were more than a dozen people behind him, and they were coming to outflank him. Lu Yi had a bad feeling. Now he was sure that he had really broken into the territory of some great force. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a big reaction. It was too late to retreat now. Lu Yi could vaguely feel the fluctuations of spirit energy from those people, which meant that they were very close to each other. He patted Hu Po's body, changed direction, and swept out from the side. There were people in front and behind, but there couldn't be people from the side, right? In the main hall, Han Jiu glared hatefully at the white dot jumping up and down in the 100 Peaks mountain. She passed down orders, and wave after wave of black dots set off from each mountain peak to outflank the white. She had now received accurate information that the cultivator who had broken into this place was riding a big white tiger, so he was very fast. The Tai Luo sect cultivators chasing him could not catch up at all. However, she did not need her disciples to catch up with the enemy. Under her constant command, a tight encirclement slowly took shape. The white dots were everywhere, and there were no less than 30 black dots. No matter which side he broke through from, he would be attacked. As long as they delayed him for a moment, the others could swarm him and chop him into meat paste. Han Jiu was furious that such a thing had happened during the Dragon Spring Conference. If it were not for the fact that she could not fight during the Dragon Spring Conference, she would have personally captured the guy riding the white tiger and let him taste all the torture in the world. On the tiger's back, Lu Ye's expression was extremely serious. After 2 hours of running, he found that not only did he not get rid of those unknown enemies, but the situation was getting worse. He did not go out to explore anymore because there were enemies everywhere. He did not understand how the enemy had completed this encirclement. He had been riding Hu Po for half a day, charging left and right, and there was no pattern to the route they took. Even so, he was still surrounded. If he could not hide, then he could only kill his way out. Lu Yi patted the tiger's back gently with one hand and pressed the hilt of his saber with the other. Hu Po seemed to know his thoughts, and with a roar, its speed suddenly increased, breaking through the encirclement. Chapter 118. After crossing a mountain pass, several figures appeared in front of him, the one leading them emitting a dense spirit chi. Impressively, he was a 5th-order cultivator. This person leapt from tree to tree, his figure moving like the wind as he rushed towards Lu Yi from 10 meters away. The long spear in his hand was like a dragon as he shouted, "Die!" Spirit chi surged from the long spear as it whistled through the air, increasing the power of the spear. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, and by the time Hu Po wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Lu Yi raised his hand towards the man, spirit chi surging from his palm. In the next moment, a red light flashed as a fat bird flapped its wings and slammed into the man. A magic cultivator? The newcomer was taken aback. for a fourth-order cultivator to be able to cast spells so quickly. There was no doubt he was a Dharma cultivator. This magic technique was a bit similar to the Firebird technique, but the difference was that the Firebird Yonkai used was a bit fatter. Since it was difficult to dodge in midair, the man thrust his spear towards the fat bird flying towards him. With a bang, spirit chi exploded and a scorching hot aura enveloped him. Fortunately, he was a fifth-order cultivator, so he hurriedly pushed his spirit chi to protect himself. When he landed, his expression was dignified. With just a moment of contact, he could feel the purity of the other party's spirit chi. It was not something a fourth-order cultivator could possess. Turning his head, he saw the young man riding the white tiger, charging towards him from the flank. The young man had no intention of confronting him head-on. 2 fourth-order cultivators had joined forces to surround him, one of them wielding a machete that looked extremely heavy. He aimed it at Big Tiger's head and swung it down. The other man wielded a long sword and stabbed it towards Lu Yi, who was riding on the tiger's back. The scorching hot aura rose again as red spirit chi condensed and another fat firebird flew out, attacking the saber-wielding fourth-order cultivator. At the same time, Lu Yi pulled out his saber and slashed towards the sword-wielding enemy. With a clanging sound, the fourth-order swordmaster was forced back. Although their cultivations were the same, he was unable to resist Lu Ye's leaping tiger saber. On the other side, the fat firebird was cut apart by the saber-wielding fourth-order Origin Realm cultivator. Although the saber-wielding fourth-order Origin Realm cultivator hadn't been injured, it had saved Hupa from the same fate. Taking advantage of the moment, the Origin Realm cultivator was stunned by the explosion of the firebird. Hupa swept out with his claw, causing the man to let out a muffled groan as the sound of bones breaking rang out from his chest, and he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the pincer attack of the 2 fourth-order masters was broken, leaving behind a few third-order masters who stared dumbfounded at Dehu and the young man who were rushing towards them. "Dodge!" The fifth-order cultivator hurriedly shouted. In the original plan, he and the 2 fourth-order masters would be responsible for the first round of attacks, ensuring that the intruder would be knocked off the tiger's back. As long as he was knocked off the tiger's back, he would die. But he never expected that this fourth-order Origin Realm cultivator would actually be a Dharma cultivator. His Firebird technique was extremely fast, causing his overbearing spear attack to fail. He, as a fifth-order Origin Realm cultivator, wasn't able to obstruct the intruder, and the 2 fourth-order masters weren't able to either. How could the remaining third-order masters block this intruder? The majestic tiger swept past the third-order masters, leaving them in the dust. The fifth-order cultivator chased after it for a few steps, but seeing the distance between them getting wider and wider, he could only bitterly stop. Turning his head to look, he saw a third-order junior brother clutching his throat. Blood had already dyed his upper body red, and his mouth was filled with blood. Reaching out to grab him, he shouted with difficulty, "Senior brother, save me!" How could he save him? With such injuries, he could only wait for death. By the time the Tai Luo sect cultivators arrived, they only saw these people standing in place with ugly expressions. One of their fellow disciples had already died on the spot. Break out, break out, break out! Lu Ye's expression was dignified. He felt that he was surrounded by enemies from all directions. No matter which direction he went, he couldn't escape from their encirclement. He really couldn't figure out who he had provoked. Whose territory was this? Had he fallen into a den of thieves? Fortunately, he had Hupa. If it weren't for Hupo's extreme speed, he would have had the capital to break out of the encirclement. However, he could feel that the further he went, the stronger the encirclement became. At first, it was rare for him to meet a fifth-order master, but now, every time he met a cultivator, there would be 1 or 2 fifth-order masters, making him extremely uncomfortable. Not only was he uncomfortable, Hanjiu, who was looking at the moon shadow plate in the hall, was also uncomfortable. She watched as the white dot rushed left and right in 100 Peak Mountain, constantly getting surrounded and breaking out of the encirclement. From time to time, 1 or 2 black dots would suddenly disappear. In less than a day, more than a dozen Tai Luo sect cultivators had died at the hands of this guy. Han Jiyu gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to dig the white dot out of the moon's shadow plate and bite it to death. The dragon spring meat was going well, but suddenly such a troublemaker appeared and caused Tai Luo's sect to suffer losses again and again. As the person in charge of the dragon spring meat, Han Jiyu naturally had to bear some responsibility. If that was all, it would be fine. At most, a dozen or so disciples would die, and Tai Luo's sect could bear such a loss. Which dragon spring meat didn't have casualties? But the current situation was that Tai Luo's sect had invested a lot of energy and manpower to encircle this person, causing them to suffer losses in the confrontation with Blue Feather Mountain. Tang Wu wasn't just going to watch a show. Seeing that Tai Luo's sect was being restrained by an outsider, he naturally took action. The mountains they had seized before were now lost one after another. However, Tai Luo's sect couldn't just leave the outsider alone. More than a dozen disciples had already died at his hands. If they left him alone, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Moreover, the outsider was now in Tai Luo's sect's territory. If they ignored him, their losses would only be greater. Therefore, Tai Luo's sect was now facing a very awkward situation. They wanted to quickly kill the outsider and then put all their energy into the confrontation with Blue Feather Mountain, but they couldn't kill him. They were in a dilemma. In comparison, Tang Wu was undoubtedly feeling good. Originally, Tai Luo's sect was at a disadvantage, but the arrival of an uninvited guest allowed them to slowly turn the situation around. However, looking at the white dot scurrying around 100 Peak Mountain, he felt a little uncomfortable. It was good that this guy was walking in a straight line. This way, he could kill his way through Tai Luo's sect's territory and enter Blue Feather Mountain's territory. As long as he entered Blue Feather Mountain's territory, both sides could meet. Based on this guy's previous performance, if he could be recruited, he would be a great help to Blue Feather Mountain. He could only secretly pray that this uninvited guest could hold on for a little longer. Only by continuing to live could he continue to restrain Tai Luo's sect's energy. Just as he was thinking this, Tang Wu suddenly raised his eyebrows. This was because the white dot in the moon shadow disk had changed direction again. This time it was heading straight for Blue Feather Mountain's territory. Tang Wu immediately sent out a message. This bastard is finally enlightened. This was an opportunity. Blue Feather Mountain could try to get in touch with this guy. On the other side, Han Jiyu clearly saw Tang Wu's action. Immediately, his eyes were as sharp as knives. He fiercely glared at Tang Wu. Activating the battlefield mark, he also sent out a message. No matter what, they couldn't let that outsider enter Blue Feather Mountain's territory. Chapter 119. In the wilderness, Lu Yi was fleeing miserably on Hupo's back. Several talismans had exploded behind him. As his spirit power surged, the spells sealed within the talismans were unleashed, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. After fighting for an entire day, the cultivators surrounding him had learned their lesson and greeted him with talismans when they met. Although talismans were expensive, low-level cultivators could still afford them if they clenched their teeth. Generally speaking, everyone would have 1 or 2 as a life-saving trump card, now that they were attacking without regard for their losses. Lu Yi found it troublesome. If it weren't for the fact that he frequently used defensive spirit tattoos to defend himself, he and Hupo would have been powerless to resist. Even so, the man and the tiger were both injured. It wasn't just talismans. The cultivators from the unknown faction had also sent out demonic beasts to hunt them down. There weren't many cultivators with pet beasts because demonic beasts were difficult to tame. If they weren't handled well, they could even turn on their masters. At this moment, Lu Yi was fleeing at the front. Behind him were 5 or 6 cultivators riding on different pet beasts. Although these pet beasts weren't as fast as Hu Xinjun and weren't as fast, the constant obstructions in front of Lu Yi severely interfered with his ability to break out of the encirclement. If he delayed even a little, they would catch up to him. There were several times when Lu Yi was almost completely trapped. With great difficulty, he was able to carve out an opening and continue fleeing. After a while, Lu Yi discovered a problem. He couldn't go around in circles. The more he went around, the more enemies there would be. On the other hand, if he went in a straight line, he would encounter fewer enemies. He didn't know that the Tai Luo sect cultivators had Han Jiyu guiding them from behind. With the moon's shadow disk, none of his movements could escape Han Jiyu's eyes. The sound of air breaking rang out again. Several arrows shot toward Lu Yi from different directions. Although Lu Yi was startled, he didn't panic. He circulated his spirit power to protect his body and slashed forward with his blade. An arrow flying toward Hoopa was cut in half. At the same time, Hoopa quickly moved in a zigzag pattern to avoid the other arrows. This wasn't Lu Yi commanding Hoopa. It was the experience he had gained from his own bloody experience. The Tai Luo sect cultivators knew that if they wanted to encircle Lu Yi, they would have to cripple Hoopa first. Otherwise, with such a demonic beast around, it would be very difficult to keep Lu Yi here. Therefore, after the first few encounters, the archers who were hiding in the dark had set their sights on Amber and wanted to get rid of it first. Because of this, Hoopa was hit by a few arrows. Fortunately, it wasn't a serious injury. Lu Yi broke the arrows, leaving only half of them stuck in Hoopa's body. Ever since then, Hoopa had become smarter. When he heard the sound of something breaking through the air, he immediately began to move like a snake, avoiding many attacks. Just as he dodged the arrows, a few figures appeared in front of him. Under the night sky, the spiritual light on their bodies was extremely conspicuous. 3 fifth-order masters. Lu Yi lowered his eyes, realizing that the situation was not good. If there was only one fifth order, he could still deal with it. But if there were 2, he wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. But now there were 3 fifth-order masters. Once he was trapped, he would undoubtedly die. He didn't know which great force this territory belonged to, but it had such a strong foundation. Along the way, he had encountered more than a dozen fifth-order masters. One had to know that when he participated in the battle between Profound Sect and 9-Star Sect, he didn't even see the shadow of a fifth-order master. However, he didn't know that the declaration of war between Profound Sect and 9-Star Sect was made in a hurry. Most of the fifth-order masters of these 2 great forces were out adventuring and couldn't rush back in time, so there were very few of them. Moreover, they were suppressing each other, so he naturally couldn't meet them. However, the Dragon Spring meeting was different. It was held once every 3 years, and the 3 great forces nearby attached great importance to it. 10 days ago, all the cultivators above 2nd Order and below 5th Order had gathered in the station, waiting for the Dragon Spring meeting to begin. The number of 5th Order masters in a sect wasn't small, and the dozen 5th Order masters Lu Yi encountered were only a small part of them. Most of them were guarding the mountain peaks. Although Han Jiyu couldn't wait to cut Lu Yi into 1,000 pieces, she also knew that there were priorities. She couldn't mobilize all the masters for a 4th Order of unknown origin. If she really did that, Green Feather Mountain would definitely take advantage of the situation to invade. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as losing a dozen people. They would probably lose many mountains. Of the 3 5th Order masters who jumped out, 2 rushed towards Lu Yi. One of them stood not far away and raised his hand to point in Lu Ye's direction. Spirit energy surging from his fingertips. It's a Dharma cultivator. Lu Yi felt a headache coming on. The people hiding in the dark shooting arrows weren't very strong, and their cultivations were generally not high. Lu Yi and Hoopa now had experience dealing with them, so they couldn't hurt them. However, a 5th Order Dharma cultivator was different. The power of the Dharma techniques used by such a cultivator couldn't be underestimated. If they were careless, they wouldn't have a good ending. So, Seeing that the guy was about to cast a Dharma technique, Lu Yi made a prompt decision. He raised his hand and threw out an object, forming a seal with one hand. The object that was thrown out instantly arrived above the Dharma cultivator's head and rapidly grew in size, turning into a large bell overflowing with spirit energy and slammed down. The Dharma cultivator obviously didn't expect Lu Yi to have this trick up his sleeve. He wanted to dodge in a hurry, but it was too late, and he was directly covered. The other, 2 fifth-order masters had already rushed forward. The one in the lead had a tall and sturdy body, and his vitality was abundant. At a glance, it was obvious that he wanted to walk the path of body cultivation. Faced with Hu Po's attack, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he went up to Hu Po in a provocative manner. He raised both his hands to block Hu Po's 2 front legs, and from the looks of it, he wanted to throw Hu Po to the ground. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a tiger's roar echoed through the forest. The body cultivator and Hu Po were in a deadlock for only 2 breaths before he was pushed to the ground. He had overestimated his own ability. In terms of strength, Hu Po was inferior to him, but monster beasts had their own advantages, especially a monster beast like Hu Po. If one didn't have enough strength, they wouldn't be able to block his charge. Taking advantage of the 2 breaths, he was delayed. The other fifth-order master had already charged out from behind him. This guy should be a weapon cultivator because he held a large hammer in his hand. The head of the hammer was as big as his head, and he didn't look like someone to be trifled with. The hammer that seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms was as light as a feather in his hand. He jumped up from behind his fellow sect member and smashed the hammer towards Lu Yi. The hammer glowed with a dazzling light as he shouted, "Get down here!" This blow was powerful and heavy, and it felt like a single person could defeat 10 people with brute strength. Lu Yi couldn't block such a blow no matter what. If he tried to block it head-on, he would only end up with broken bones. So he hurriedly activated his defensive spirit rune and turned it into a shield in front of him. Asterisk Kong, asterisk with a loud bang. Lu Yi felt the spirit energy in his body flowing out like a flood from a broken dam. As for the defensive spirit rune, it was actually unable to withstand this aggressive attack. Tiny cracks appeared on it, and in just 3 breaths, it shattered with a loud bang. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered someone who could shatter his defensive spirit rune with a single blow. One had to know that even the 7th-order Dong Shu Yi hadn't been able to do so. It seemed that the defensive spirit rune had some advantages when it came to blocking spirit techniques, but its defensive power was inferior when it came to blocking pure attacks. Although his defensive spirit rune had been broken, it had still blocked most of the impact. As the sledgehammer fell, Hu Po's body bent and his front legs fell to the ground. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was smashed backwards by the sledgehammer. If he hadn't hurriedly raised his long sword in front of him, his chest would have been flattened. Just as Lu Yi was about to fall off Hu Po's back, a small hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his belt, pulling him back. It was Yi who had been hiding inside Hu Po's body. The help she could provide in this battle was very limited, so she hadn't shown up until now. At this moment, she suddenly appeared and saved Lu Yi. His mouth was full of the taste of rust, and his chest and arms were sore. He was obviously injured. It wasn't easy to block such a blow. At this moment, Lu Yi was very glad that he had trapped the 5th-order Dharma cultivator with his small bell spirit artifact. Otherwise, with the cooperation of these 3, he might really have died here. The body cultivator got up from the ground and retreated a few meters, looking at Lu Yi vigilantly. The weapon cultivator also retreated a few meters, holding his hammer with both hands with a dignified expression. If one looked carefully, they would see that his hands were trembling violently. That hammer strike just now was the result of him using his full strength. It also put a great burden on his body. In this short moment of delay, there was a rustling sound in the surrounding jungle. The cultivators were coming from all directions, and the cultivators riding monster beasts were also rapidly approaching. Lu Yi didn't have time to check his injuries. He quickly identified the weak points of their defense and immediately found a direction. Just as he was about to let Hoopa head in that direction, he suddenly heard a long howl from afar. That howl was continuous, and along with it, there was also a strong fluctuation of spirit energy coming from that direction. Lu Yi turned his head and saw that on the mountain closest to him, colorful spirit lights were constantly flashing. Someone was fighting over there, and it was extremely lively. Lu Yi patted Hoopa's back and pointed his long saber in that direction. "Rush over there!" He didn't choose the weak point of the enemy's defense, but chose the direction of the Fifth Order Dharma cultivator with a big hammer. No matter who was fighting over there, one of them was definitely one of the cultivators chasing him. It turned out that they had enemies. Lu Yi suddenly felt that that direction was a good place to go. Moreover, all the previous encounters made him understand one thing. Escaping like this wasn't a solution. The other party seemed to have the ability to track his whereabouts, and there was an extremely clever person commanding them, so it was easy for them to encircle him again and again. Seeing Lu Yi rush in that direction, the Fifth Order body cultivator hurriedly shouted, "Don't let him escape!" The weapon cultivator with the sledgehammer puffed out his chest and stood in front of Hoopa. The veins on his arms bulged as he raised the sledgehammer up high. The veins on his arms burst open and blood instantly dyed his clothes red. "Come and die!" he shouted as he rushed towards Lu Yi. Red spirit energy surged as Lu Yi raised his hand and shot a spirit technique at the weapon cultivator. Chapter 120. The corner of the weapon cultivator's eyes twitched violently as he cursed in his heart. He had forgotten that Lu Yi could use spirit techniques, but he still didn't dodge. Instead, he pushed his spirit chi to the limit and swung his hammer to meet the incoming spirit technique. Asterisk. The weapon cultivator's body flew out. His chest was badly mutilated, and there was a burnt smell. Lu Yi had already jumped over him on Hoopa. Not only that, he bent down and slashed with his saber. The moment the sharpness spirit inscriptions appeared on his saber, it flashed with light. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting into flesh rang out, and blood gushed out. Lu Yi didn't even have time to check the result of his battle before he was taken away by Hoopa. "Chase after them!" Someone shouted from behind. Arrows tore through the air one after another, shooting into the night sky. Feeling the anxious reaction of this group, Lu Yi immediately understood that he had made the right choice. If he had really rushed towards the weak point just now, he would have been able to escape the danger for a while, but he would still be pursued. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that the weak point in the defense was deliberately left behind by the enemy. He took back the small bell spirit artifact. The moment the trapped Fifth Order cultivator regained his freedom, he cast a spirit technique in the direction Lu Yi had fled. However, Lu Yi had already disappeared. The cultivators riding demonic beasts continued to chase after Lu Yi, but after running for a while, they all stopped in place as if they had received some kind of order. They glared hatefully in the direction Lu Yi had left, their eyes full of unwillingness. At this moment, looking at the shadow moon disk, in front of Lu Yi, there were more than 20 blue light spots rushing towards him. On the nearby mountain top, there was another group of blue light spots fighting with the black light spots. The commotion that Lu Yi had sensed earlier was coming from that direction. In the hall, Han Jiyu glared at Tang Wu. If looks could kill, Tang Wu would have died 100 times over by now. The 20 or so blue dots approaching the white spot were obviously mobilized by Tang Wu. If not, Tai Luo sect wouldn't have given up on the chase. If they had continued, they would have broken into Blue Feather Mountains territory. The nearby battle was also ordered by Tang Wu. Blue Feather Mountain didn't want to take over the mountain top. They just wanted to create some movement to inform the outsider. Now it seemed that the outsider was a very smart guy. Although he didn't communicate with Tang Wu, under Tang Wu's secret arrangements, the outsider took the initiative to move closer to Blue Feather Mountain. The weak point of the defense she designed didn't play a role in baiting the enemy. Han Jiayue was completely defeated in this round of remote confrontation. More than a dozen cultivators on his side died, and several mountains were lost. The outsider was even rescued by the Green Feather Mountain. So ferocious! Qin Wanli, who was standing at the side, exclaimed in surprise. Yang Kai had been watching the show for the entire afternoon and night. He had seen with his own eyes how the white light moved left and right in 100 Peak Mountain. To be honest, Yang Kai couldn't help admiring it. If he had been in Yang Kai's shoes, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do such a thing when he was just a fourth-order cultivator. If he didn't have any skill, Yang Kai would have died the first time he was surrounded. It would be fine if that was all, but the key point was that the black dot on the shadow moon disk that symbolized a fifth-order cultivator suddenly disappeared. In other words, a fifth-order cultivator died at the hands of the outsider. This was a little scary. He only escaped the pursuit of a fifth-order cultivator. It could be said that he relied on the power of his mount, but killing someone above his realm meant something else. This guy, is he from some great force? Qin Wanli muttered in his heart. You still want to watch the show? Han Jiyu suddenly turned to look at him, her eyes spitting fire. Qin Wanli coughed lightly and quickly corrected his attitude. We will attack wherever Senior's sister, Han, tells us to. Although the Qin clan had entered the Graded Realm and had their own base on the battlefield, they had only risen recently. They still relied on Tai Luo sect a lot, so they didn't dare to offend the other party. Especially when this woman was angry. Qin Wanli had to be more careful. Seeing his attitude, Han Jiyu calmed down a little. She didn't avoid Tang Wu and began to discuss the attack plan in front of him. Tang Wu was also deploying countermeasures. Occasionally, he glanced at the shadow moon disk and found that the white had already connected with the people he arranged. He was relieved. At this time, Lu Yi looked at the 20 or so cultivators in front of him and held a jade slip in his hand silently. These people didn't have any hostility and seemed to know that he was here. Before they approached, they revealed their identities and showed that they were from Grand Heaven Alliance. Since the other party took the initiative, Lu Yi naturally showed the blue light of the battlefield mark on the back of his hand to avoid any unpleasant misunderstandings. The jade slip in his hand was given to him by the fifth-order cultivator named Xiejin. He only needed to check it to understand the whole story and his situation. Although the other party was a fifth-order cultivator, his words were quite polite. The pursuers behind him didn't catch up for the time being. Lu Yi patted Hu Po's back gently to let him be more vigilant. Then he picked up the jade slip and put it on his forehead to check it. After a short while, he put down the jade slip with a strange expression. Dragon Spring Guild? A battle for the spots to enter the Dragon Spring organized by 3 great forces? Lu Yi was a little speechless. He had been walking in uninhabited places these days, trying to avoid the territories occupied by sects and forces. Even if he needed something, he would go to the market where loose cultivators gathered to buy daily necessities. The last time he went to the loose cultivator market was 10 days ago. He didn't have any contact with people, so he didn't know that this was the place where the Dragon Spring Guild was held. He chose to pass through 100 Peak Mountain because it was the junction of the 3 great forces nearby and didn't belong to any of them. He thought it would be safer and more convenient to pass through here. Who knew that it would cause such a commotion? Last time, he chose the Heaven-Splitting Gorge because it was the junction of Profound Sect and 9 Stars Sect. In the end, the 2 forces fought and 9 Stars Sect's encampment was captured. He realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. He shouldn't have chosen the junction of the 3 great forces because this place was generally very chaotic. If he really wanted to avoid trouble, he had to choose the sphere of influence of Grand Heaven Alliance. He secretly remembered this lesson. According to the information revealed in the Jade Slip, the place where he entered 100 Peak Mountain was the rear of Tai Luo Sect. That was why he was chased by Tai Luo Sect cultivators. This was in line with his previous encounters. Among the cultivators he met at the beginning, there were very few fifth-order cultivators. But as he continued to move forward, the number of fifth-order cultivators increased. Because the rear was safer than the front, the requirements for the number of people stationed at the rear weren't high. On the contrary, the mountain peaks bordering Blue Feather Mountains territory required more cultivators with higher cultivation, so there were more people. The reason why the other party came to his rescue was because of the Shadow Moon Plate. The three sects had ninth-order cultivators stationed there to monitor the movements of all the cultivators in 100 Peak Mountain. So, no matter how Lu Yi fled or hid, he couldn't escape the detection of those ninth-order cultivators. No wonder he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. No matter how he escaped, he would be surrounded. It turned out that it was because of the Shadow Moon Plate. The situation was in line with his experience, so Lu Yi could basically judge that the other party wasn't lying. And in any case, the other party's 20-some people came to his rescue and helped him escape the fate of being chased. It could be said that he owed them a favor. "Junior brother, it's not good to stay here for long. Please move." Xie Jin gestured with his hand. Lu Yi nodded. Okay. The group gathered around Lu Yi and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Xie Jin and Lu Yi chatted. When asked for his name, Lu Yi told him that he was Yi. Fortunately, this guy was tactful and didn't inquire about Lu Ye's origin. Walking around the Spirit Stream battlefield, many people would hide their sect, especially those from great forces who came to the outer circle to gain experience. Don't think that cultivators from great forces would be treated with respect. In fact, they were mostly targeted by hostile forces. Tang Wu sent a message to Xie Jin, informing him that Lu Yi was most likely a disciple of a great sect. Xie Jin naturally wouldn't refuse. Along the way, the 20-some people dispersed one after another. In the end, only Xie Jin and Lu Yi were left. Those people were all mobilized from the nearby mountains. Now that their mission was completed, they naturally had to go back to guard. Moreover, Han Zhaoyue seemed to have gone crazy. He joined forces with Qin Wanli to attack the peak of Green Feather Mountain, causing the pressure on Green Feather Mountain's side to sharply increase. The mountain that they had swallowed during the day was spat out again. It was very helpless. Fortunately, there weren't many casualties. After crossing 2 mountains, they arrived at a valley. It was brightly lit, and there were tents erected. Cultivators went in and out of the tents from time to time. Lu Yi rode on the tiger's back and looked around. He found that many of the cultivators here were injured. Waves of screams came from many of the tents, and the smell of blood filled the air. He immediately understood that this place was probably a place similar to a field hospital. The cultivators who were injured in the battle ahead would come back here to receive treatment. When Lu Yi arrived, many cultivators turned to look at him. Someone shouted, "Brother, well done!" Some people cheered and whistled at him. Some hot female cultivators even threw flirtatious glances at him. Lu Yi was a little confused by the enthusiasm of the large group of injured people. Xie Jin smiled and said, "Junior brother's previous feat has spread. Everyone admires you very much." Lu Yi finally understood what was going on. He followed Xie Jin all the way forward until they reached a tent. Xie Jin said, "Junior brother Yi, stay here for the time being. Someone will come to treat your injuries later." "Thank you." He couldn't refuse the kindness of others. His injuries weren't too serious. After experiencing 2 near-death experiences, Lu Ye's tolerance for pain was very strong. However, Hupo's injuries were quite severe. The main reason was that the group of Tai Luo sect cultivators had thrown too many talismans at Hupo. Later on, they had also specifically shot arrows at Hupo. Although Lu Yi had helped Hupo block many of them, there were still some gaps. "Then I won't disturb your rest, junior brother." Xie Jin was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and said, "Right, I almost forgot." As he spoke, he took out a storage bag. Chapter 121. Xie Jin tossed the storage bag to Lu Yi. Lu Yi caught it with a puzzled look. "This is," Xie Jin explained with a smile, This is the reward for my blue feather mountain to junior brother. 1 merit point is 2 spirit stones and an additional 10 spirit stones for killing a 5th order enemy. Junior brother has killed 1 5th order, 3 4th order, 5 3rd order, and 6 2nd order. With junior brother's 4th order cultivation, your merit points should be 49. Junior brother can count them. As soon as he opened his mouth, not only did he list out how many people Lu Yi had killed along the way, he even calculated his cultivation base and how many merit points he had obtained. If he didn't know about the existence of the Shadow Moon Plate, Lu Yi would have suspected that Xie Jin had plucked out his eyes and placed them on him. Before coming, Senior Brother Tang Wu repeatedly told me that these spirit stones must be handed over to Junior Brother. Junior Brother, please do not refuse. Junior Brother, please have a good rest. Xie Jin finished speaking very quickly and didn't give Lu Yi a chance to speak again, opening the tent flap and leaving. Lu Yi was left holding the storage bag and looking at Hupa. A moment later, Lu Yi checked the battlefield mark on the back of his hand and found that he had indeed gained 49 merit points, bringing his total to 223. Did the last 5th order weapon, cultivator, die? Thinking about it, when Lu Yi rode past him on Hupo's back, he had cut off half of his neck with his sharpness spirit rune. At that time, Lu Yi was in a hurry to escape and didn't check the results, but judging from the number of merit points he gained, the 5th order weapon cultivator was indeed dead. Lu Yi threw the storage bag on a nearby table and sat down, taking out some water from his own storage bag and drinking it in big gulps. After a day and night of fighting, he was really tired. Hu Po was now like a dog, sticking out his tongue, so Lu Yi fed him some water. Yi came out and walked to the side, opening the storage bag and counting it. She found that there were a total of 108 spirit stones inside. Her eyes began to shine. She had never seen so many spirit stones before. She was actually quite greedy, but not as greedy as Hua Xiai. The main reason was that she and Hupa didn't have a way to make money before, so they could only barely survive by robbing low-level cultivators. It wasn't until they left Blue Cloud Mountain with Lu Yi that situation began to improve. Lu Yi. Yi was a little excited and didn't want to let go of the storage bag. What do they mean by this? Bribe us. Why? Yi asked innocently. Lu Yi briefly explained to her about the Dragon Spring Society. As the party that is fighting 1 against 2, Green Feather Mountain can recruit some helpers. Most of them are rogue cultivators. As long as they don't ask for help from those who are on good terms with them, it doesn't count as a violation of the contract. Since we killed so many Tai Luo sect cultivators today, Green Feather Mountain naturally wants to recruit them. This information was recorded in the jade slip that Xie Jin had given him. When Lu Yi saw this, he had a faint guess in his heart. It wasn't until Xie Jin gave him so many spirit stones that he confirmed his guess. The reason why Green Feather Mountain had sent more than 20 cultivators to receive him was because they saw his value, and this value was earned by him killing his way through. If he didn't have such ability, Green Feather Mountain wouldn't have worried about his life or death. They weren't related to each other, and many cultivators died in the spirit stream battlefield every day. But from beginning to end, Green Feather Mountain didn't mention anything about recruitment. Instead, they sent a large number of people to receive him and put him here to heal. They even directly offered him the reward for killing the enemy. It had to be said that this was done beautifully. At the very least, it didn't make him feel disgusted. Tang Wu, Lu Yi remembered the name Xie Jin mentioned before. This person should be the 9th order cultivator from Green Feather Mountain. So it's like that. Yi understood the whole story. What do you think? Lu Yi didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "What do you think?" She looked down at the storage bag in her hand and slowly put it down. If it's too dangerous, I don't want it. It's too chaotic with 3 forces fighting here. Lu Yi smiled. Actually, it's not that dangerous. The cultivators participating in the Dragon Spring Society are limited to the 2nd order to the 5th order. As long as you don't get besieged by too many fifth-order cultivators at the same time, you should be fine. You want to participate? E tilted her head and looked at him. I want to sleep. E chuckled and suddenly looked outside the tent. Someone's coming. After saying that, she went into Hu Po's body. A pleasant voice came from outside. Is junior brother Yi here? Please come in. The curtain was lifted and a young girl walked in. She looked about the same age as E, but she was much bigger than E in some places. She didn't dare to say that she was like a mountain range from the side, but at least she was bulging. She had a handkerchief on her head and was wearing something similar to an apron. There were many splashes of blood on the apron. Is this a medical cultivator from Green Feather Mountain? Lu Yi thought of Hua Si when he saw her. Hua Si was dressed like this when she saved people in the market. The young girl didn't treat him as an outsider. Perhaps she had received orders from above, but after seeing Lu Yi, she smiled and said, I'm from Green Feather Mountain. My name is Mu Ling. Lu Yi got up and bowed. Greetings, senior sister. Mu Ling smiled and said, I'm here to check junior brother's injuries. Saying so, she walked to the side and took out something from her storage bag. Lu Yi said, I don't have any injuries. Senior sister, please take a look at my pet beast. Its injuries are more serious. That won't do. Mu Ling turned around. Senior brother Tang ordered me to treat junior brother well. With others being so enthusiastic, Lu Yi really couldn't refuse, so he could only follow their instructions. Fortunately, he really didn't have any injuries, and the external injuries he had suffered weren't serious, so he would be fine after some simple treatment. Only the final blow from the fifth-order weapon cultivator had caused him some internal injuries. However, that was only after the impact was blocked by the defensive spirit rune. After being treated by Mu Ling, he immediately felt much better. After carefully treating Lu Ye's injuries, Mu Ling began to treat Hu Po's injuries. The arrowheads inserted into Hu Po's body were pulled out one by one and then applied some herbs. After busying herself for more than half an hour, Mu Ling said goodbye and left. Before leaving, she left behind 2 healing pills, one for Lu Yi and one for Hu Po. Lu Yi didn't refuse, and after she left, he shared it with Hu Po. Yi popped out and stared at Lu Yi angrily. What's wrong? Lu Yi was puzzled by her stare. Yi didn't speak. What's wrong? Lu Yi was really confused. Humph. Yi turned her little head away. Lu Yi reached out to pinch her face and lifted it slightly. If you have something to say, just say it. He suddenly let go, and Yi hurriedly went into Hu Po's body. Someone else came. Wrapped in a fragrant wind, a voluptuous woman walked in and said softly, Junior brother, it's time to treat your injuries. Lu Yi was stunned. No, just now, the woman said. Just now is just now, now is now. Lie down on the bed. Lu Yi was secretly amazed. Just how much did Blue Feather Mountain value him that they had to treat him twice? But he really didn't have any injuries. Seeing that Lu Yi was still hesitating, the female cultivator urged, Quickly, lie down. Medical cultivators didn't seem to have a good temper. Lu Yi wanted to refuse, but the female cultivator had already pressed him down on the bed and then took off his clothes. Her soft little hands began to wander around Lu Ye's chest, and the female cultivator's eyes were blurred. I didn't expect junior brother's chest to be so strong. She reached out and drew across the hideous scars and praised, A man's battle achievements are really fascinating. Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. When the woman's hands continued to move, he quickly got up and grabbed her hands. Senior sister, are you a medical cultivator of Blue Feather Mountain? The woman winked at Lu Yi. Medical cultivators only treat the body, but senior sister can treat the heart. Lu Yi suddenly remembered that this woman, wasn't she the one who winked at him when he came over with Xiejin? This woman was definitely not a medical cultivator of Blue Feather Mountain. Lu Yi grabbed her hands and didn't let go, saying with a headache, Senior sister, I'm injured. The female cultivators said, "These injuries are nothing. Life is short, and you should enjoy it while you can. When you go up the mountain tomorrow, you might die. Don't you think so, junior brother?" Lu Yi looked at the other's towering chest and couldn't help but nod. Senior sister's words are very reasonable. Suddenly feeling two pairs of eyes staring at him, Lu Yi looked up and met Hupa and Yi's eyes. Yi was about to explode in anger and silently pointed at him. Hupa jumped up and bit down. The ground shook, and the female cultivator ran out of the tent cursing, one hand still rubbing her back. If it wasn't for Hupo's mercy, that bite would have crippled her. The tent, which was originally tidy, was a mess, and the bed had collapsed. Lu Yi helplessly sat on the ground. Yi's cheeks were puffed up, and she glared at him, gritting her teeth. "What she said is very reasonable, right?" "Indeed, it is very reasonable." "What's reasonable about what she said?" "What she said is very reasonable." Lu Yi reached out his hand and gestured at his chest. Yi was fuming. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. Finally, with a loud cry, she plunged into Hupo's body. Lu Yi and Hupo looked at each other and finally decided to go get something to eat first. They had barely eaten for a day and night, so they were really a bit hungry, especially for two big eaters like them. He walked out of the tent and found a bonfire. He took out some beast meat from his storage bag and barbecued it. He hadn't even started eating when injured cultivators came one after another. Some came to give him meat, while others came to give him wine. They were very enthusiastic. Since coming to this world, Lu Yi had never encountered so many enthusiastic cultivators. Fortunately, those cultivators only put down their things and casually exchanged a few words before leaving. Lu Yi responded to them one by one, and it was quite appropriate. As expected of a disciple from a large sect, his bearing was really extraordinary. Those cultivators thought to themselves. Chapter 122. The next day, in the valley, Lu Yi walked around with the medical cultivator named Mu Ling accompanying him. He was too bored from healing in the tent, so he came out for a walk and happened to meet Mu Ling. She offered to accompany him, so Lu Yi did not refuse. Along the way, they met many cultivators who greeted them warmly. It was natural for Mu Ling to be so popular. After all, she was a medical cultivator and had a good appearance, so it was easy for people to have a good impression of her. As for Lu Yi, now, all the cultivators in the Blue Feather Mountain camp knew that there was a fourth-order cultivator named Yi who single-handedly killed his way from the back of Tai Luo sect to Blue Feather Mountain's territory. It could be said that this feat made him famous overnight. The cultivators here were not just the cultivators of Green Feather Mountain. Nearly half of them were loose cultivators who had been recruited. These loose cultivators were treated very well. Every day they had good wine and good food. If they were injured, they would be treated by medical cultivators. Every day, Green Feather Mountain would calculate their merits and give out the promised spirit stones as rewards. One merit was worth 2 spirit stones, and the spoils of war belonged to the rogue cultivator. Those with outstanding merits were even eligible to follow the Blue Feather Mountain disciples to the Dragon Spring after the Dragon Spring meeting. All these benefits could be seen and felt. Blue Feather Mountain had maintained a reputation in this regard for 15 years, so they could recruit many rogue cultivators to help before every Dragon Spring meeting. For those rogue cultivators, this was definitely a rare opportunity. As long as they could survive the Dragon Spring meeting, they could get a lot of cultivation resources. Life as a rogue cultivator was hard, and there weren't many ways to obtain resources. Many ambitious rogue cultivators were naturally willing to take a gamble. Participating in the Dragon Spring meeting was indeed risky, but in the Spirit Stream battlefield, where was there no risk? Although Lu Yi felt that Xie Jin would not lie to him, hearing about it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. Now it seemed that the information recorded in the jade slip Xie Jin gave him was true. The Dragon Spring meeting is not only related to the future of the disciples of the three forces, but it is also a game between the three forces. Therefore, no one dares to let down their guard and go all out every time. I know that junior brother Yi has an extraordinary background and probably doesn't care about those rewards. However, since we are both in the Haotian Alliance, if junior brother Yi is willing, please help Green Feather Mountain. Green Feather Mountain will be very grateful. Mu Ling naturally didn't meet Lu Yi by chance. Since Lu Yi was taken away by Qingyu Mountain the day before yesterday, Han Jiaoyue seemed to have gone crazy. He joined forces with the Qin family to put pressure on Qingyu Mountain without caring about the losses. Qingyu Mountain had no choice but to avoid the sharp edge and give up many mountains. Now they occupied less than 30 mountains. This made Tang Wu feel pressured. Originally, Tang Wu did not intend to persuade Lu Yi. Although he wanted to recruit him, if he did not persuade him properly, it would make him unhappy. So Tang Wu planned to let nature take its course. But now, the disciples of Blue Feather Mountain were agitated, and many of them were clamoring to fight with the two families. In such a situation, if they really fought, the two families would suffer and Blue Feather Mountain would suffer heavy casualties. This was a result that Tang Wu could not accept. So he thought of Lu Yi. Mu Ling had been treating Lu Yi and Hu Po for the past 2 days. She was a medical cultivator and a woman, so it was best for her to persuade him. Even if Lu Yi did not have the intention to participate in the Dragon Spring meeting, he would not be disliked. Lu Yi was used to being mistaken for someone with an extraordinary background. He stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment before saying, "Your sect has done me a favor, so I naturally have to repay it. I will participate in the Dragon Spring meeting." He did not intend to refuse the recruitment of Qingyu Mountain. Previously, more than 20 cultivators from Qingyu Mountain came to pick him up, which really saved him a lot of trouble. And now that he thought about it, Qingyu Mountain must have deliberately arranged a battle at that time, using the continuous roar to attract his attention and guide him in the direction of his escape. They were kind to him, and their intention to recruit him was very obvious. Lu Yi would naturally return the favor. What's more, participating in the Dragon Spring meeting was not that dangerous for him, and he could even take the opportunity to earn some cultivation resources. Although he still had many spirit pills on hand, and he could even cultivate all the way to the 5th order, he and Hupa had consumed a lot. There would be a time when they would run out of magnetic ores. He had to plan ahead and find a way to collect future cultivation resources. The Dragon Spring meeting was an opportunity. Killing the 2 myriad Demon Ridge cultivators would not only give him some spoils of war, but he could also convert every merit point into spirit stones as a reward. Even if he killed a 2nd order cultivator, he would get 4 spirit stones, which would be enough for E to find herbs for several days. If he killed a 5th order cultivator, he would get an additional 10 spirit stones in addition to the merit point reward. That would be 30 spirit stones at once. How could Lu Yi refuse? He did not express his opinion before, mainly because he was recuperating and wanted to see with his own eyes if the treatment of rogue cultivators here was really as recorded in the Jade Slip. Now that he had confirmed it, and the other party had made it clear, Lu Yi could only agree. After getting a positive answer, Mu Ling was obviously pleasantly surprised. "Junior brother, are you serious?" She had prepared a lot of excuses to persuade him, but she did not expect that they would be useless. Lu Yi nodded. Mu Ling looked at him happily. "Then I will contact senior brother Tang Wu and tell him the good news. But I have a request." Lu Yi spoke again. "Speak." "Senior sister just said that the Dragon Spring meeting would last for a month? How many days have passed now?" Lu Yi asked. 7 days. "That's too long. I have other things to do. My request is that I can withdraw from the Dragon Spring meeting at any time." Lu Yi did not intend to tie himself to Blue Feather Mountain. Everything could go wrong. If the situation was really bad, he could choose to leave at any time. As for having other things to do, it was naturally just an excuse. "No problem," Mu Ling promised. Then, she started to fiddle with her battlefield imprint. In the main hall of the central peak, Tang Wu received the message. He raised his eyebrows and breathed a sigh of relief. With such a fierce general under his command, he did not dare to say that he could completely change the situation of Blue Feather Mountain. But at least he could stabilize it. As for the lost peaks, he could slowly take them back. At the moment, Han Jiayue was a little crazy, and the morale of the two opposing forces was high. It was not good to continue fighting. It would not be too late to fight back after a few days of waiting for their enthusiasm to die down. What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyeballs. Han Jiayue turned his head and shouted angrily at Tang Wu. Tang Wu said indifferently, "When will you give me the 200 merit points?" Han Jiayue snorted. Who can prove which camp he belongs to? Anyway, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so it doesn't count. She was a little shameless. Lu Yi, that white that had already entered the territory of Blue Feather Mountain and stayed there for 2 days. There was no doubt that he belonged to the camp. But at night, Han Jiayue saw the white that suddenly turned blue, and his face became ugly. Are you still going to act shamelessly? Tang Wu asked. Han Jiayue turned his head. Anyway, I didn't see it with my own eyes. You can say whatever you want. 200 merit points was not a small number for ninth-order cultivators like them. How could Han Jiayue compromise so easily? She was a woman, and they were enemies. So what if she pestered them endlessly? The fact that Heaven's secret didn't punish her meant that she took advantage of the right loophole. Tang Wu only snorted and stopped pestering her. Han Jiayue, however, did not give up. Don't think you can do anything just because you recruited this person. He is alone. The Dragon Spring Guild relies on numbers. There was nothing wrong with this, because every mountain needed a cultivator to guard it. If there were few people, the strength would be too scattered, and it would be easy to be defeated one by one. This was also the reason why the Qin clan only occupied 25 mountains in the beginning. They did not have many people. Then let's wait and see. Tang Wu said indifferently, too lazy to argue with him. In the tent in the valley, Xie Jin rushed back to meet with Lu Yi and signed a contract. The contract stated that during the Dragon Spring Guild, Lu Yi would listen to the recruitment of Blue Feather Mountain and could withdraw at any time. As for the other rewards and punishments, they were all listed in detail. This was good, and Lu Yi was also satisfied. Junior brother Yi, do you want to defend or attack? Xie Jin put away the contract and asked, Tell me the details. Xie Jin explained, If you want to attack, you can arrange to be in the assault team or the hunting team. You will cooperate with other teams to occupy the mountain. You will also confront the cultivators of those 2 houses. It will be a difficult and dangerous job. If you want to defend, you can arrange to guard one of the mountain peaks. It will be more leisurely. If it is too dangerous, you can retreat. It was similar to what he had thought. Lu Yi said, Tack. What was the point of just standing guard? It was still uncertain whether the other party would attack. Only by taking the initiative to attack would he be able to kill more enemies and earn more spirit stones. Wasn't the reason why he agreed to participate in the Dragon Spring meeting to earn more cultivation resources in the future? I knew Junior Brother would choose this. Xie Jin smiled. Coincidentally, my team is missing one person. Junior Brother, come with me. Rest tonight and come find me tomorrow. As he said this, he raised his hand and wiped his battlefield mark. A dot of blue light flew towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand and it fell into his mark. His second friend was born. As for his first friend, he had already deleted it. After handing over some matters, Xie Jin left. Yi emerged from Hupo's body. Lu Yi, are we going to participate in the Dragon Spring Guild? You don't want to participate? Lu Yi asked. Yi shook her head. We will go wherever you go. The day before yesterday, she had thrown a tantrum with Lu Yi. However, she calmed down the next day. She was afraid that Lu Yi would be angry, so she was careful for a while. Only when she was sure that Lu Yi was normal did she relax. Lu Yi raised a hand and rubbed her head. They injured Hoopa so badly. We have to take revenge. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Yi nodded. You have a point. I don't have a point. In any case, let's beat them up. Yi was unwilling to discuss this with Lu Yi. This was a very sad topic. Chapter 123. During the Dragon Spring Conclave, most of the confrontations between the cultivators of the three great forces were small skirmishes in the form of small teams. In the past, they had also tried large-scale battles. That was to set up an area, and all the cultivators from each side would be thrown into that area, resulting in a fierce battle. But after two such attempts, the parties were no longer willing to continue, because in such a battle, each side would suffer huge losses, and the cost would not be proportional to the benefits. Small skirmishes in the form of small teams were different. Casualties could be effectively controlled, and if the cultivators guarding the mountain peaks sensed that something was wrong, they could withdraw and preserve their strength. There were three types of teams. The first type was the defensive team, which sat on the mountain peaks to resist the enemy. The second type was the assault team, which took the initiative to attack and occupy the enemy's mountain. The third type was the hunting team, which wandered around and went wherever there was a good opportunity. If the opportunity was right, they would also cooperate with the assault team to launch an attack. Lu Yi was in the hunting team. There were only 5 people in the team, but all of them had good cultivation, except for Xie Jin, who was in the 5th order. The other 3 were all in the 4th order. Because the hunting team was the easiest to fight with the enemy, the requirements for cultivation were relatively high. Not only that, all 5 of them had mounts, which made them very mobile. Before dawn, Lu Yi met up with Xie Jin and the others and got to know each other. There were 4 men and 1 woman in the team. What made Lu Ye's head hurt was that the woman who attacked him last night was also there. After seeing Lu Yi, her eyes lit up and she threw flirtatious glances at him from time to time. The woman was called Qiao Qiao, a recruited rogue cultivator. She was bold and unrestrained and dressed very boldly. The other 2 were called Song Xie and Tao Tiangang. Tao Tiangang was a disciple of Green Feather Mountain, and Song Xie was also a recruited rogue cultivator. Originally, there was a 4th order cultivator from Green Feather Mountain in this team, but he was killed a few days ago, so Lu Yi filled the gap. Their mounts were all different. Some were riding wolves, some were riding leopards, and there was even a huge wild boar. The most outrageous one was Song Xie's mount. It was a huge scorpion. Its body was the size of a table, and it had a metallic luster. Its tail was raised up high, and it flickered with a cold light. Just by looking at it, one could tell it was not to be trifled with. It was unknown how Song Xie had managed to tame such a monster. Song Xie himself had a sickly appearance. His skin was green, and he looked like he would die soon. Lu Yi suspected that this guy would die at any moment. In the wilderness, it was quiet all around. 5 people and 5 mounts were quietly waiting for orders, each of them closing their eyes and adjusting their breathing. In less than half an hour, Xie Jin suddenly said, "Let's go!" The 4 of them opened their eyes and mounted their mounts. Under Xie Jin's lead, they galloped in a certain direction. On a mountain top over there, a group of Green Feather Mounted cultivators were resisting the attacks of the Qin clan cultivators. The situation was extremely tense. Originally, the Qin clan had been watching the show, but after Hanji lost his temper, Qin Wanli could only mobilize his own people to participate in the attack and put pressure on Green Feather Mountain. The task of Xie Jin's 5-man team was to cooperate with the cultivators guarding the mountain to launch a pincer attack on the people of the Qin clan. The powerful mobility of the hunting team was reflected in this. However, before they had gone far, Xie Jin shouted, "Meet the enemy!" The other party's hunting team had also set out and was heading towards this side. It would not be long before the 2 teams met. After a while, the enemy's figures could be vaguely seen in front of them. The cultivators, riding monster beasts, were nimbly moving through the mountain forest. The distance between the two sides was quickly closing. Jin took the lead, with Lu Yi and Qiao Qiao on his left and right. Song Xie and Tao Tiangang were further behind. The 5 people and 5 mounts rushed forward in an arrow formation. When they were still 300 feet apart, their spirit chi began to surge. It was unknown whether it was a tacit agreement or something else, but Jin and the leading 5th Order cultivator each took out a golden will talisman. When the spirit talisman was activated, a golden arc slashed towards the opposite side. The sharp slashes caused the trees to fall down one by one. Slash marks were plowed on the ground as the cultivators of the two sides dodged the attacks. When the power of the spirit talisman was exhausted, the cultivators of the two sides were already facing each other head-on. 2 long whips swept out from their respective teams. The long whips flashed with light. They were clearly spirit artifacts. The long whips twisted together. Under the strength of each side, the 2 were pulled off their mounts at the same time. At the end of the long whip, Qiao Qiao looked at the 4th Order cultivator on the other side with disgust. Why are men playing with whips? So shameless. The cultivator did not make a sound. He shook his long whip and released it from the restraints. He then attacked Qiao Qiao from head to toe. Qiao Qiao was not willing to be outdone. The 2 of them immediately engaged in battle. Even their mounts began to bite each other. While the 2 were fighting fiercely, the others were not idle either. The moment their figures crossed each other, at least 6 people from the 2 teams were knocked off their mounts. In fact, cultivators were not used to riding their mounts to fight. The biggest use of a mount was that it was a means of transportation, followed by support in battle. It was difficult to display one's strength while riding a mount. Lu Yi also fell to the ground, but he took the initiative to roll down. In the head-on collision, just now a 4th Order cultivator on the other side was cut down by his saber. Although he was not injured, he was still in a difficult position. When he finally stood up, Lu Yi rushed forward with his saber and slashed at the man's neck. The man's reaction was not slow. He quickly raised the spirit artifact in his hand to block, but the saber did not completely fall. The long saber stopped in front of the other party's spirit artifact. His spirit chi surged. The man suddenly looked up and saw Lu Yi raising his hand towards him. There was a faint red glow in his palm. The sound of flapping wings rang out. A fat bird suddenly appeared and slammed into the cultivator's chest. With a bang, spirit chi exploded. A scorching aura spread out. The cultivator screamed and was sent flying. His chest was a bloody mess. A bright saber light flashed across his eyes. The man was shocked and pushed his spirit chi to the limit. However, he only felt a slight pain in his neck before his vision began to fade. Lu Yi had already put away his saber. He found that with the help of his spirit chi, killing enemies was much easier than before. In the past, even if he could kill a 4th Order cultivator like this, it would take him a while. Cultivators were not fish on the chopping block. They also had weapons in their hands that could block fatal attacks. But once he used his spirit chi, it would be difficult for the other party to block unless they had some kind of defensive spirit talisman. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lu Yi could naturally cut them down however he wanted. Almost in the blink of an eye, a 4th Order cultivator was killed by his spirit chi. The other's battle had just begun, but Lu Ye's was already over. Pushing off with his feet, Lu Yi rushed to the nearest battlefield in a few steps. Here, Jin was fighting a 5th Order cultivator. Both of them were artifact cultivators. As soon as they met, they got off their mounts and fought in close combat. However, their strength was equal, so it was difficult to determine the winner. Suddenly, the 5th Order cultivator felt a chill run down his back. When a strong wind blew, he hurriedly lowered his head and felt a chill on the top of his head. His hair was blown away, and a piece of his scalp had been cut off. When he looked up again, he saw who had attacked him. Not far away, there was a clansman lying in a pool of blood. His heart shook. One of them died just like that? Suddenly remembering the news he had received before, he looked at Lu Yi in horror. It's you! He finally remembered that 2 days ago, a guy had killed his way through Tai Luo Sect's territory on his own. That person seemed to be riding a big white tiger. It was said that more than a dozen people from Tai Luo Sect had died, including a fifth-order cultivator. He did not recognize Lu Yi before because the Qin family had not been in contact with him before. Xie Jin was not easy to deal with, and now that such a vicious person had appeared to help him, how could he be his opponent? He immediately thought of retreating. However, it was not so easy to retreat at this moment. Lu Yi and Xie Jin attacked together, forcing the fifth-order cultivator to retreat. In just 10 breaths, the fifth-order cultivator's back was wide open. Lu Ye's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He slashed out with his saber, which flashed with light and was reinforced by spirit inscriptions. When the saber fell, the fifth-order cultivator's stomach was cut open. He screamed and fell to the ground. The long sword in Xie Jin's hand trembled and directly pierced his opponent's wrist, severing his tendons. With a clang, the weapon fell to the ground. Lu Yi flipped his saber and stabbed it directly into his opponent's heart. When he pulled out his saber, blood spurted out. In the next moment, Lu Yi and Xie Jin rushed to the left and right respectively. There were still 2 fights going on there. Lu Yi rushed to Qiao Qiao, Er's battlefield. She and the male cultivator danced with their long whips, which flashed with light. Half of Qiao Qiao, Er's face was swollen, and the whip mark was very conspicuous. However, her opponent was not much better. She did not know what kind of injury he had suffered. At this moment, his posture was a bit strange. His legs were clamped together, and his face was as pale as paper. Seeing that they had lost 2 people, and the strongest fifth-order cultivator was dead, the male cultivator knew that he did not have much time left. He took Qiao Qiao, Er's whip head-on, and his skin was torn open. He took out a spirit talisman from his storage bag and threw it at her. The spirit talisman exploded, turning into 3 slashes that arrived in front of Qiao Qiao, in an instant. Qiao Qiao, wanted to dodge, but she could not. She hurriedly retreated and wanted to take out a golden body talisman from her storage bag. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in front of her. A light flashed, and a shield-like object blocked in front of her. Asterisk, do. Asterisk, the 3 slashes fell, but they did not shake the shield at all. With the crisis resolved, Qiao Qiao, blinked and looked at the figure in front of her. She pursed her lips and smiled, but the injuries on her face made her smile look a little terrifying. A rumbling sound rang out as a wild boar rushed over. The male cultivator with the whip had just been hit by Qiao Qiao, Er's whip, and his bones were broken. There was no way he could dodge. With a bang, the wild boar knocked the male cultivator into the air. The fangs at the corner of its mouth scraped off a piece of flesh. When he landed, the fourth-order cultivator could only gasp for breath. Qiao Qiao, lashed out with her whip, and the angry whip directly exploded the man's head. It was like cracking a watermelon. On the other side, Song Xia coughed lightly. Beside him, there was a person stuck in the tail of the giant scorpion. The person was raised high, and that person was not dead yet. He was still struggling violently, blood and internal organs spilling out. The scene was bloody. Chapter 124. Lu Ye's squad consisted of 5 people, and the Qin clan squad also consisted of 5 people. Not only were they the same number of people, but their cultivations were also the same. It wasn't that both sides didn't want to deploy better teams, but rather that they simply didn't have enough manpower. The entire 100-peak mountain was extremely large, and each clan had several hunting squads like Lu Ye's, each responsible for their own region. In less than half a cup of tea's time, 4 of the 5 people in the squad had died, leaving only the last fourth-order cultivator, who was forced to flee. This fourth-order cultivator being able to escape wasn't because he was stronger, but rather because his luck was better. In the initial collision, he hadn't been knocked off his mount, and when he wanted to help, he saw Lu Yi killing his fellow tribesmen. At that time, he had a bad feeling, and after Lu Yi and Xie Jin joined forces to kill the fifth-order cultivator, he didn't hesitate to flee. Tao Tian gang chased after him, but it was probably useless. Lu Ye's opponent had a mount, so if he wanted to run, it would be difficult to catch up. Amidst the bloody ground, Xie Jin and the others looked at each other, all of them filled with disbelief. We won just like that. Isn't that a bit too easy? Previously, they had fought with the enemy's hunting teams many times, but every time they fought, the sky was dark and the ground was dark. The situation was tense, and when both sides had similar numbers and cultivation levels, it was actually very difficult to determine the winner. But this time, not only had they won, but they had also killed 4 of their enemies. On their side, except for Qiao Qiao, who had suffered some injuries, everyone else was almost unscathed. The gap between before and after was huge. Several people couldn't help turning their eyes to Lu Yi, thinking back to the battle just now. Lu Yi had taken the lead to kill a fourth-order cultivator, opening a gap, and then he had gone to help Xie Jin, killing the enemy fifth-order cultivator in just a few moves, allowing them to achieve a complete victory. He was worthy of being the one who had single-handedly killed his way through Tai Luo Sect's territory. Although they had heard of Lu Ye's feats before and admired him greatly, they had always felt that there was a lot of luck involved. But now they realized that it wasn't just luck. Without corresponding strength, no matter how good one's luck was, it wouldn't have been enough. The enemy's fourth-order cultivator had died too quickly, making it easy for Blue Feather Mountain's side to become outnumbered. Xie Jin let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Ye's first battle after joining the team was already so eye-catching. This made him feel relieved. He finally understood why Senior Brother Tang Wu valued this person so much. He nodded slightly to Lu Yi and said, 30 breaths, clean up the battlefield. Everyone immediately took action. In the previous battle, not only had this hunting team of the Qin family lost 4 martial artists, one of their demonic beasts had also been bitten to death by Hupa. It was the demonic beast ridden by the first martial artist killed by Lu Yi. As for the other demonic beasts, they had all escaped. Without a master to control them, they would not return to the Qin family. Instead, they would wander around the 100-Peak Mountain until they were captured or killed by some martial artist. One could say that this confrontation had directly destroyed one of the Qin clan's hunting teams. This would be a great help to the future situation. Lu Yi stepped forward and hurriedly dismembered the demonic beast that had been bitten to death by Hupa, putting it into his storage bag. This thing could be used as rations for him, and Hupa, eating it was very nutritious. After 30 breaths, everyone was ready to go. Still, Xie Jin rode in the front and led the 4 of them to rush towards a mountain peak. That mountain peak was their original mission target. At this moment, the battle on that mountain peak was already in full swing. People of the Green Feather Mountain were guarding the mountain peak, and people of the Qin were attacking. Since the territory of the Green Feather Mountain had been reduced to less than 30 peaks, the number of martial artists guarding the mountain peak had increased, and they were putting up a strong defense. It was not realistic for the Qin to take down this mountain peak. They did not expect to take it down either. They were mainly putting on a show for the Tai Luo sect. Since that woman Han Jiaoyue was still angry, the Qin could only do this since they had to act according to other people's wishes. Initially, with the hunting team of the Qin clan stopping the hunting team of the Green Feather Mountain, such an attack would not be too dangerous. However, as soon as the 2 hunting teams had made contact, 4 of the red light spots that symbolized the Qin clan had been annihilated. Only one of them had escaped without a trace. This made Qin Wanli, who had been paying attention to the situation on this side, turn pale with fright. He immediately ordered the assault team to retreat because, if they did not retreat, they would be surrounded by the Green Feather Mountain. The Green Feather Mountain side had also been suppressing a lot of anger in the past 2 days. One mountain peak after another had been taken, and many of their fellow disciples had died in battle. This made their eyes red with anger. Since the Qin family had come to cause trouble, of course they had to fight back. The defending side had the geographical advantage, plus they had more people. This time, the Green Feather Mountain's morale was high. Originally, they only needed to drive the Qin family away to complete their mission. However, as the order was passed down, the leading Fifth Order martial artist raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" With a crash, more than half of the defending cultivators chased after them. The two sides kept exchanging blows on the way down the mountain. The power of spirit talismans and techniques flew back and forth. The assault team of the Qin family finally retreated to the foot of the mountain. Then a rumbling sound came from one side. The leading cultivator looked over and saw 5 riders charging out from the other side. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, it was the hunting team led by Jin. 5 people and 5 mounts formed that arrow-shaped charging formation and rushed into the Qin group. With a burst of clanking sounds, a few martial artists with low strength fell into a pool of blood on the spot. Jin did not dismount from his mount. Instead, he turned around and led Lu Yi and the others to charge again, completely disrupting the Qin family's formation. After 2 charges, everyone was more or less injured. Only then did they dismount from their mounts and look for their targets. Lu Yi ran at the edge of the battlefield with his saber. The light of the defensive spirit inscriptions kept flashing on his body, blocking one attack after another. With a slash of his saber, a cultivator in front of him fell to the ground, blood splashing a few feet away. It was not that the Qin family did not have Fifth Order martial artists, but they only had 2. Most of them were Second or Third Order. Such cultivation was like paper in front of Lu Yi. He did not dare to say that he could kill a kid with 1 slash, but with 2 or 3 slashes, few people could block it. If they tried to block it, even their weapons would be broken. From time to time, he would also cast a spell. Although he was only a Fourth Order martial artist, any cultivator targeted by him would not survive more than 3 breaths. Cries, shouts, and curses rang out, mixing in this chaotic battlefield. The Qin family suffered a huge loss. On the shadow moon disk, one red dot after another was annihilated. Qin Wanli's eyelids twitched. Han Jiyu's expression was also extremely solemn. Since the start of the Dragon Spring Conference, there had never been such a bizarre loss in a battle. In the past, in every battle, even if one side suffered losses, the losses would not be too great. The side with the upper hand would not insist on fighting because it was easy to put themselves in danger. But in this short period of time, only half of the Qin family's assault team was left. Looking at the situation, their numbers were still decreasing rapidly. They fought and retreated, climbing the mountain behind them. That was the mountain peak occupied by the Qin family. The team stationed there had already rushed over to help, but it would still take a little bit of time. At this moment, Lu Yi found a 5th order. In the reward system of Green Feather Mountain, the reward for killing a 5th order was the highest. Not only was there a reward of 20 spirit stones, but there was also an additional 10 spirit stones. Now he had 30 spirit stones, which was enough to buy 3 bottles of spirit accumulation pills. He looked at the 5th order in front of him, whose face was covered in blood, as if he was looking at a pile of glittering spirit stones. Participating in the Dragon Spring Conference was not only to take advantage of the situation, but also to accumulate future cultivation resources. Of course, Lu Yi would not let go of the opportunity to kill the enemy's 5th order. Lu Ye's long saber slashed down. The 5th order also had a fierce look on his face. Relying on his higher cultivation, he fearlessly clashed with Lu Yi, but soon he paid the price for this. because his attacks were basically blocked by Lu Ye's spirit rune. But when Lu Yi slashed him, he could not resist at all. In just 10 breaths of time, this person was covered in blood. If he had not put a golden body talisman on his body in time, he would have died. He looked at Lu Yi with a face full of disbelief. There was only one thought in his mind. What kind of spirit artifact did Lu Yi have? Why was it so sharp? Before he could finish his thought, Lu Yi raised his hand. Spiritual energy surged, and a fat bird flew towards him. The man reacted quickly and immediately dodged. The fat bird brushed past the man's body, but there was already a flaw. Lu Ye's saber slashed down. Having experienced the sharpness of Lu Ye's saber, the man did not dare to meet it head-on. He rolled on the ground and dodged in embarrassment. Just as he stood up, a long whip curled around his neck. The long whip flickered with spiritual light, and he was forcefully pulled back. The man was immediately pulled up into the air. Lu Yi quickly stepped forward and slashed 3 times at the man's airborne body. The first slash dimmed the light of his golden body talisman. The second slash broke the protection of the golden body talisman, and the third slash directly cut his body. When he fell to the ground, his blood instantly dyed the ground red, and he was no longer breathing. Lu Yi looked up and saw Chow Chow, holding a long whip and winking at him. Coupled with the bloodstains and swollen cheeks on this woman's face, it was an eyesore. "Be careful!" Chow Chow shouted. A long spear stabbed from behind Lu Yi, aiming for the back of his head. However, the long spear was blocked by the spirit rune. Lu Yi turned around and raised his arm, clamping down on the long spear. The tip of his saber brushed against the long spear and sliced out. Half of his palm flew out, and the cultivator who attacked Lu Yi screamed and retreated. A green feather mountain disciple came out from the side and took his life with a sword. In such a chaotic battle, a person's ability to adapt was tested the most. A little carelessness could lead to death on the spot. Bandits of the green feather mountain, don't be so arrogant! Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. It was the disciples of the nearby Qin clan who had come to help. They had rushed over here after receiving the order. Initially, they thought they could cooperate with the assault team and make a sudden attack. However, when they arrived, they saw that not many people from the assault team were left. In that chaotic battlefield, more than 30 martial artists of the Green Feather Mountain were bathed in blood. Each of them had a murderous intention. The ground was filled with the corpses and broken limbs of the Qin clan martial artists. Fresh blood had dyed the ground red. In such hell, everyone from the Green Feather Mountain turned around to look at the source of the voice. Each pair of eyes emitted red lights. That martial artist who had shouted felt his scalp go numb, and the Qin disciples who had come to help also stopped. Quick! Retreat! Chapter 1:25. The Qin clan's defending team rushed to the edge of the battlefield. They only took a glance from afar before hurriedly retreating. It was not that they were timid, but the difference in numbers was too great. They had more than a dozen people on their side. Originally, as long as they could meet up with the attacking team, they would have a chance to fight back. However, the attacking team had died too quickly. By the time they arrived, there were only a few people left in the attacking team. Under such circumstances, even if they forced their way through, there would not be any good results. Choosing to retreat was the best option. The 30 or so people from Blue Feather Mountain were not in a hurry to chase after them. Instead, they spread out and surrounded the attacking team members of the Qin clan. These people were now in a circle with their backs against each other. They were extremely desperate. However, no one begged for mercy because everyone knew that begging for mercy was useless. They were on opposite sides. Plus, with the enmity from all these years, begging for mercy would only lead to the enemy's ridicule. Kill! There was still a fifth order who managed to survive, but he was seriously injured. With a shout, he led his remaining clansmen in a certain direction. Facing such enemies who were like cornered beasts, Naturally, no one would be stupid enough to confront them head-on. It was not worth it to be accidentally dragged to the grave with them. What greeted them was a series of techniques. After a cultivator reached the 5th order, they could basically determine their own faction. At the 4th order, they were already preparing for their future path. Therefore, if a cultivator at this level wanted to walk the path of a magic cultivator, they would have already begun to study techniques. However, because their cultivation was still low and they were not proficient in casting techniques, it was difficult for them to cast a complete technique in a fierce battle. However, before the Qin clan people made their move, they were already preparing to cast their techniques. At this moment, it was just the right time to cast them. There were less than 10 techniques, colorful lights, and all kinds of attributes. Among them, a fat firebird was the most eye-catching. As the techniques fell, several Qin clan cultivators died on the spot, leaving only the 5th order. Covered in cuts and bruises, this guy rushed in front of a rogue cultivator recruited by Blue Feather Mountain, unable to even circulate his spirit energy to protect his body. That person laughed and said, "Serves me right for getting rich." At the same time, he stabbed his spear and pierced through the 5th order cultivator. Several people nearby looked at this guy enviously, mainly because this guy was only a 3rd order cultivator, but killing a 5th order cultivator was worth 15 merit points, including the reward from Blue Feather Mountain. This spear strike had earned him 40 spirit stones. For rogue cultivators, 40 spirit stones was a great fortune. When their cultivation was not high, it was enough to cultivate for 2 or 3 months. You still have strength? Xie Jin turned his head to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was wiping the blood off his blade on a corpse at his feet and nodding silently. He then looked at the other members of the hunting team. Song Xia coughed violently as if he was about to die. Panting heavily, he said, "I can't do anything else. Killing is the only thing I still have strength. What kind of logic was this? Xie Jin smiled. Since you all still have strength, let's chase. The battle naturally would not end so simply. For the people of Blue Feather Mountain, the battle had just begun. The 5 of them summoned their mounts, and Xie Jin signaled to one of his 5th order cultivators before leading Lu Ye's group towards the opposite mountain peak. Then the 5th order cultivator led the members of his hunting team and quickly followed. Just now, the Qin clan attacked Blue Feather Mountain. Now, it was Blue Feather Mountain's turn to fight back. The speed of the martial artists was still fast. Lu Yi and the others only saw the figures of the Qin disciples when they were halfway up the mountain. Hearing the movements behind them, the people of the Qin turned around to look, and all of them turned pale with fright. For a time, the scene was somewhat chaotic. The 5th order cultivator immediately roared, "Don't panic. Get into formation. There are only 5 of them. They are Blue Feather Mountain's hunting team." It had to be said that his response was not wrong. If they scattered at this time, it would only give Lu Yi and the others a chance to take them down one by one. The hunting team's mobility was undoubtedly stronger than theirs. However, Xie Jin had no intention of rushing up. He reined in his mount a few dozen meters away and just looked at the 5th order cultivator from afar. For eyes met, and the 5th order cultivator's heart thumped. He roughly understood Xie Jin's plan. The hunting team was obviously delaying them. There was still the Blue Feather Mountain hunting team behind them. If they did not retreat, when the Blue Feather Mountain hunting team arrived, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Retreat slowly. Thinking so, the 5th order cultivator roared again. The mountain guarding team retreated in an orderly manner. Just as they moved, Xie Jin led Lu Yi and the others to rush over. "Steady!" That 5th order master shouted again, and the Qin clan's group immediately took up a defensive position. Unexpectedly, the 5 riders from Blue Feather Mountain actually circled around 300 meters away and disappeared without a trace. When they were about to retreat, the 5 people and 5 riders popped their heads out again and watched from afar. This happened again and again, causing the Qin clan's group to suffer greatly. The 5th Order cultivator's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he cursed Xie Jin in his heart. The feeling of being led by the nose by the enemy like this was very unpleasant. Fortunately, just now, he had received a message that the mountain guarding team had come down to support them. As long as they could meet up with them, they would have no problem blocking the Blue Feather mountain hunting team's attack. Just wait for reinforcements. He made up his mind. However, the next message he received made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley, because the Blue Feather mountain hunting team did not attack them. Instead, they went around them and went straight to the top of the mountain. They were also part of the mountain guarding team, but they received orders to support their own mountain guarding team. Unfortunately, they did not help much and retreated. In other words, the mountain guarding team was divided into 2 groups. One group was with them, and the other group was on their way to support them. Both groups had a dozen people each, totaling about 30 people. And the Blue Feather mountain hunting team went straight to that group. The 3 forces all had 9th Order cultivators monitoring the shadow moon disk, so the movements of the cultivators of each force could not be hidden from others. However, there was definitely a slight delay in the transmission of messages. It was also for this reason that the casualties of the cultivators of the 3 forces during the Dragon Spring Conference were under control. When the situation was bad, Tang Wu and the others would make certain adjustments and would not easily send their cultivators to their deaths. However, in the previous battle, they had surpassed the control of the 9th Order cultivators for the first time. Qin Wanli, who was overseeing the Shadow Moon disk, did not expect that 4 of his hunting team would die so quickly. As a result, when he ordered the hunting team to retreat, it was already too late. One wrong move led to many mistakes. At this moment, the Blue Feather mountain hunting team went straight to the top of the mountain. There were less than 30 of them, while the Qin clan only had a dozen. The difference in numbers was huge. If a confrontation happened, the Qin clan would suffer heavy casualties. Where are those guys? The 5th Order cultivator of the Qin clan looked around, but could not see the figures of Xie Jin and the others. Next to him, a junior brother said weakly, "They haven't appeared yet." Oh no. The 5th Order cultivator suddenly realized something and wondered if those 5 had also run to attack the other part of the mountain guarding team. If that was the case, the situation would be very bad. Hurry up and leave. At the same time, he sent out a message to inquire about the movements of those 5 people. In just 5 breaths, he received a reply, "They are above you." Just as he finished investigating this news, he heard the sound of demonic beasts galloping. Looking up, he saw the 5 people from Green Feather Mountain charging towards him with murderous intent. "Activate your talismans. You must block them," he roared. Shwa, 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 shwa. In an instant, 7 or 8 spirit talismans were activated and shot upwards. The power of these spirit talismans bloomed fiercely. However, Lu Yi and the others were already prepared. So the moment the other party activated their spirit talismans, they scattered and relied on the speed of their mounts to avoid the attacks of the spirit talismans. After the first round of spirit talismans, except for Song Xia, who was unlucky and was sent flying, the other 4 were scared but not hurt. However, Song Xia immediately got up and seemed to be fine. Again, as the 5th Order cultivator shouted, another round of spirit talismans was shot out. However, this attack was even more ineffective than the previous one because Lu Yi and the others had already used the trees to block. When the second wave of spirit talismans stopped, Lu Yi and the others appeared one after another. Spirit energy fluctuations spread from their bodies, and each of them held a spirit talisman in their hands. The spirit talismans were provided by Xie Jin. It had to be said that Blue Feather Mountain was very generous in terms of supplies. 5 spirit talismans were activated, and fire snakes, wind blades, and icicles smashed towards the Qin clan cultivators. Qiao Qiao, or activated a golden wheel talisman. In front of her was a golden disc the size of a wash basin. She aimed it at the Qin clan and bombarded them indiscriminately. Although the Qin clan cultivators tried to dodge, they did not have mounts, so their mobility was naturally not as good as Lu Yi and the others. After a round of spirit talismans, 1 of the dozen or so people died on the spot, and a few others were injured. The chaotic situation opened up, and before the Qin clan had time to catch their breath, the sound of monster beasts galloping could be heard again. The 5th Order cultivator looked up and saw Lu Yi and the others rushing towards them. At this time, the originally tight formation was in chaos and could not be reorganized in a hurry. Facing this kind of charge, it was really difficult for the Qin clan to resist. When the 2 figures passed by each other, Lu Yi raised his blade and a huge head flew. Song Xie's giant scorpion tail poked a figure, causing screams to ring out. The long whip in Qiao Qiao. Er's hand wrapped around a cultivator and she was dragged to the ground, but she was quickly broken free. Xie Jin and Tao Tiangang did not succeed, but the former blocked the enemy's 5th Order cultivator, and the latter also diverted some of the enemy's attention. The 5 people and 5 mounts rushed out a few dozen meters and circled around under Xie Jin's lead. In a moment, they returned to the top of the Qin clan disciples, and the second round of attacks began. Chapter 126. After a stick of incense worth of time, the battle subsided and the 5 mounts licked their wounds. Lu Ye's group of 5 each leaned against a tree, either healing or adjusting their breathing. The corpses of the Qin family disciples were scattered all around. The 5th Order died the most miserably because he was the last one to survive. He was besieged by Lu Yi and the others, and his body was cut into several pieces. In less than half a day, the hunting team had fought 3 battles in a row. First, they encountered the enemy's hunting team. Then, they joined forces with their own team to destroy the enemy's assault team. Now, with the 5 of them, they destroyed half of the enemy's team. It was a fruitful battle. In such frequent and intense confrontations, both the riders and their mounts were injured. Fortunately, their injuries were not serious. "Thank you." Qiao Qiao. Oi's soft body leaned over, and she thanked Lu Yi. Just now, when they were besieging the 5th Order, Lu Yi clearly had a chance to kill him, but he left the opportunity for someone else to deal the final blow. In the end, Qiao Qiao was lucky and managed to kill him, earning her 30 spirit stones. In these 3 battles, the one who had killed the most was undoubtedly Lu Yi. Of the entire team's harvest, he alone accounted for 30%. In the final desperate struggle against the 5th Order Origin Realm Master, it was Lu Yi who stood in the front and blocked the other party's attack. Otherwise, even if they were able to kill the other party, they would have to pay a heavy price, and it was likely that some of them would be buried with him. Lu Ye's harvest was not small. Of course, he would not be too greedy. Everyone had risked their lives to come here. No one had more lives than the other. If possible, he was willing to help others. It was not easy to be a rogue cultivator. "You deserve it." Lu Yi responded casually while recovering his spirit qi. He moved his body slightly to the side. This woman's enthusiasm was a little unbearable. "Qiao Qiao." I moved closer to him and whispered, "Elder sister will find you tonight." Roar. A big, white head suddenly squeezed between the 2, and a pair of breathtaking tiger eyes stared at Qiao Qiao. Of course I didn't say anything. "Qiao Qiao." I quickly got up and covered her, but with her hands. She walked to the side and sat down. She remembered the unpleasant memories from last night. This scene made Song Xie, who was healing his wounds, laugh out loud. As he laughed, he could not stop coughing. "Qiao Qiao." R's gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Cough until you die." Not far away, there were rustling sounds and waves of spiritual energy fluctuations. Jin raised his hand and said, "Don't panic. We're on the same side." It was indeed their own people. The assault team had already taken down this mountain peak and killed many people, so they hurried over to provide support. When the Fifth Order Origin Realm leader arrived, he was dumbfounded. "They're all dead!" Initially, they thought it would be a tough battle. After all, the hunting team only had 5 people, and the Qin clan had more than a dozen people. Even if the hunting team had mounts, at most, they could only delay the other party here. On the way here, they were already prepared to fight a big battle. In the end, when they arrived, they realized the battle had already ended. Looking at the number of corpses around him, the Fifth Order cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. The enemy had been completely wiped out. How could his hunting team be so powerful? He hadn't noticed it before. The Fifth Order Origin Realm Master looked at Jin in shock. Jin gestured to him with his lips, and the Origin Realm Master immediately understood. It wasn't that his hunting team was strong, but that there was one more fierce person in the team. In the previous few rounds, Lu Yi could kill at least one enemy cultivator each time. If he was lucky, he could kill 2, but the others didn't have this ability. After a few times, the Qin clan's defending team no longer had the strength to resist. They also wanted to scatter and escape, but without mounts, they couldn't escape at all. The Fifth Order Origin Realm Master was a little annoyed. In order to support Jin's team in time, they had let 7 or 8 Qin clan cultivators escape. If they had known the battle would end so quickly, they would have killed the other party. But now the result wasn't bad. Jin and the Fifth Order Origin Realm Master had a simple discussion, and the assault team returned to the mountain peak and temporarily defended it. Jin led Lu Yi and the others back to his own territory. The 5 people and mounts all needed medical treatment. Moreover, the successive battles had consumed a lot of energy, so they needed to recover well. After crossing 2 mountains, when they arrived at the 3rd peak, tents had already been set up. This was the peak of Blue Feather Mountain, and there were more than 20 people responsible for guarding it. However, Lu Yi saw Mu Ling's figure here, and 2 other people who seemed to be medical cultivators. He immediately understood that Blue Feather Mountain had brought these medical cultivators here to make it easier to treat them. One had to know that this was a very dangerous thing. Although medical cultivators had the power to protect themselves, they were still weaker than cultivators of the same level. If this mountain peak was attacked by Tai Luo sect or the Qin clan, these medical cultivators would definitely not be able to escape. Inside the tent, Mu Ling carefully treated Lu Yi and Hu Po's injuries. After being busy, she was dripping with sweat. The man and tiger's injuries weren't serious. After being treated by Mu Ling and taking healing pills, they were more or less healed by the next day. On the next day, once again, Jin led everyone to kill their way out. However, this time they did not have the chance to fight with the hunting team of the Qin clan. The hunting team of the Qin clan seemed to be avoiding them. Even the original hunting team had been assigned to the mountain guarding team. Lu Yi and the others could only cooperate with their own attacking team to take over the enemy's mountain. Like a hot knife through butter, one mountain peak after another was taken down. In just 3 short days, the Qin clan had lost 8 mountain peaks. Initially, the Qin clan had only occupied 25 mountain peaks. Previously, they had snatched 2 from the Green Feather Mountain. Now, not only had they given up all of them, they had also lost 6. Inside the main palace of the central mountain peak, Qin Wanli's expression had turned ugly as if his father had died. From the situation on the Shadow Moon Plate, among the 100 mountain peaks, the Qin clan only had 19 left. Of the 32 Green Feather Mountain peaks, the Tai Luo sect had occupied the majority with a total of 49 peaks. They had occupied almost half of the total. This number was terrifying. For your information, in the past, even when the Green Feather Mountain held the upper hand, they had only taken down 46 mountain peaks at most. The number of 49 had already broken the previous record. Such situation had occurred mainly because in these 3 days, the Green Feather Mountain had been attacking the Qin clan's territory while giving up their own. Each time when the Supreme Luo sect sent an assault team to attack, the defending team would retreat ahead of time and give up their own mountain peaks. This way, they could avoid some unnecessary losses and ensure the combat power of the defending team. Tang Wu's goal was simple. He would not fight with the Supreme Luo sect first and cripple the Qin clan. When he had the time, he would take care of the Supreme Luo sect. Qin Wanli was not an idiot, and how could he not see through this point? Yet, what could he do? The rules were laid out here, and those mountain peaks represented the spots to enter the Dragon Spring. The Qin clan could not refuse. Senior brother Tang, isn't this going too far? Qin Wanli looked at Tang Wu with a worried expression. How is it going too far? Tang Wu said lightly, the Green Feather Mountain has acted within the rules and did not break the contract. How is it going too far? If the Qin clan wants a share of the Dragon Spring, of course you must pay the price. Inwardly, Qin Wanli thought that this price was too great. In these 3 days of battle, more than 100 of his disciples had died. How could the Qin clan endure such torment? From the Shadow Moon Plate, another group of blue light spots headed towards the mountain peak where the red light spots were stationed. Clearly, they were going to attack. When he compared the number and strength of both sides, Qin Wanli gave a long sigh. This time, they would not be able to defend. He did not know how many people would die. His expression changed a few times as he said in a low voice, Senior brother Tang, the Qin clan wants 18 mountain peaks. Tang Wu raised his eyes to look at him and curled the corner of his mouth. Okay. Qin Wanli let out a breath and immediately initiated the battlefield mark to send out an order. In a short moment, the red light spots on that mountain peak started to retreat. A group of blue light spots surged up the mountain peak and occupied it effortlessly. Qin Wanli secretly glanced at Han Jiyu. Indeed, he saw that Han Jiyu was glaring at him. He could only smile helplessly. The Qin clan could not take it anymore. A moment ago, when he asked Tang Wu for 18 mountain peaks, he meant that he would not go out and cause trouble in the future. Tang Wu agreed to this request. Thus, the remaining matter would be the battle between the Green Feather Mountain and the Supreme Luo sect. This naturally made Han Jiyu very unhappy. But so what? The Qin clan had originally been watching the show from the sidelines, but Han Jiyu had insisted that they intervene. This intervention not only caused many clan members to be injured or killed, but also resulted in the loss of only 18 mountain peaks. On the other hand, the Supreme Luo sect not only did not suffer any losses, but also occupied nearly half of the mountain peaks. Han Jiyu clearly knew the Qin clan's concerns. A clan that had only risen for 30 years was not as strong as the two clans. Thus, she did not intend to force Qin Wanli to do anything. She only glared at him and then turned to look at Tang Wu. Despicable. Useless roar. Tang Wu said indifferently. Han Jiyu was furious. Come and fight if you dare. What kind of man are you if you always avoid fighting? Are all of you turtles from the Green Feather Mountain? You want to fight? Tang Wu turned to look at her. Then as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the situation on the Shadow Moon disk suddenly changed. At the intersection of the two clans' territories, wave after wave of blue light spots moved out and attacked the mountain peaks occupied by the black light spots. A mocking smile appeared on Tang Wu's face. The stall is so big. Can you take care of it all? There were only so many disciples in each clan. Thus, during the Dragon Spring Conference, it was not always better to occupy as many mountain peaks as possible. If too many mountain peaks were occupied, the defensive power would become weak. For example, although Han Jiyu had strengthened the defense of the mountain peaks as much as possible, it was still weak compared to the enemy's attack power. Once the Green Feather Mountain attacked, the Tai Luo sect's chances of winning would be very small. I want to. What can you do? Han Jiyu gritted her teeth. In her anger, she issued a series of orders. A moment later, the scattered black light spots moved forward continuously to supplement the defensive power. Seeing this scene, Tang Wu's lips curled up slightly. Qin Wanli wanted to say something, but stopped. He looked up and met Tang Wu's fierce gaze. Qin Wanli's mouth twitched, and he did not dare to say anything. He was afraid that if he spoke, the blue light spots would change direction and attack the Qin clan's mountain peaks. Chapter 127. The nearby mountain peaks were in full swing. Looking from afar, one could see flashes of various colors and chaotic spirit energy fluctuations. The Green Feather Mountain sect had officially launched an attack on the Tai Luo sect. Furthermore, they had sent out 5 or 6 assault squads to attack the various mountain peaks. On each mountain peak, there were at least a few dozen people, and at most a few hundred people, engaged in fierce battle. Halfway up the mountain, Xie Jin's team was on standby. The 5 of them didn't make a single sound. They were just silently recovering and conserving their strength. Their task was very simple. They would wait for the enemy's hunting team. If the enemy's hunting team didn't show up, they would join forces with the nearest team to kill the enemy cultivators. The Qin family had been beaten until they were scared, so Green Feather Mountain had nothing to worry about. They could fight freely with Tai Luo sect. Half an hour after the battle began, Xie Jin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Let's go!" The 5 of them immediately got on their mounts. Lu Yi was in the lead, Xie Jin and Tao Tiangang were in the middle, and Song Xie and Xiao Qiao brought up the rear. At first, Xie Jin was in the lead, but in a battle a day ago he was accidentally injured. The injury wasn't too serious, but it wasn't light either. It had affected his strength. In the end, they decided to let Lu Yi replace him. As a result, everyone was surprised to find that the following battles were much simpler than before. Lu Yi charged at the front and often caused casualties to the enemy. It was easy for their side to be outnumbered. Recalling the various scenes of fighting side by side in the past few days, they felt that Lu Ye's background was extraordinary. 5 people and 5 mounts rushed out with a rumbling sound. Xie Jin pointed the direction to Lu Yi. They didn't run to the top of the mountain, but to the other side of the mountain. Lu Yi understood that they were going to fight the enemy's hunting team. It seemed that they had a slight advantage in the battle at the top of the mountain. Otherwise, the enemy's hunting team wouldn't have come to support them. The enemy has 5 people, 2 5th order and 3 4th order. Xie Jin shouted behind Lu Yi. "One for you, one for me." Lu Yi nodded. Qiao laughed. They really think highly of us. In order to deal with Lu Ye's hunting team, the other side had actually dispatched 2 5th order masters, which clearly showed the importance Tai Luo sect attached to them. It was no wonder that Tai Luo sect was so cautious. The main reason was that Lu Ye's hunting team had killed too many enemy cultivators over the past few days, so no one dared to underestimate them. "They're coming towards us." Xie Jin roared again. There was no need for his reminder. Lu Yi, who was at the forefront, could vaguely see several figures rapidly closing the distance between them. Still, 300 meters away, Lu Yi stared at the 5th order leader of this group. This man had a fierce look on his face and a small beard on his chin. He looked to be in his early 20s. Lu Yi raised his hand and cast a spell. However, due to the violent turbulence, the spell didn't hit its target. He fired a second shot. This time his aim was much better, but his opponent ducked and dodged it. When the distance between them was less than 10 feet, Lu Yi slowly pulled out his long saber. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of monster beast his opponent was riding, but it looked like a lion or a tiger. When they passed by each other, Lu Yi raised his saber and chopped down at the 5th order master on his mount. When the other party dodged too far, his mount twisted and slammed into Hupa. Hupa roared. At the same time, Lu Yi felt a strong impact and was sent flying. He rolled a few times on the ground before he could regain his footing. He quickly swept his eyes around and found that everyone behind him was in the same situation. They were all knocked off their mounts and stood up awkwardly. They weren't the only ones. The enemy was the same. It seemed that the other party didn't want to fight them on their mounts. Lu Yi lowered his eyes slightly and gripped the long saber in his hand. It seemed that the other party was very confident in keeping them here. Where did their confidence come from? At this time, there was no time to think too much. After landing, Lu Yi rushed forward and slashed his saber at the Fifth Order Master's neck before he could regain his footing. The other party hurriedly raised his arm to block. With a clanging sound, the saber enhanced with sharpness failed to cut off the other party's arm. Instead, it felt like it had hit a piece of metal. Lu Yi immediately understood that the other party was wearing an arm guard. No wonder he dared to take his saber head-on. This guy was most likely an individual cultivator. Although he wasn't very burly, his vitality was extremely strong. Moreover, his reaction was extremely fast. Before Lu Yi could withdraw his saber, the other party threw a punch at his chest. Lu Yi quickly retreated and drew his saber diagonally. An ear-piercing sound rang out as sparks flew. The small bearded man threw another punch. Lu Yi hurriedly blocked with his saber, but under the huge impact, he couldn't help but fall back a few steps. Bestial roars could be heard as the 10 mounts began to fight in pairs. Xie Jin and the others also found their own opponents and displayed their skills. They're not Fourth Order cultivators. Song Xie suddenly exclaimed. This shout really shocked everyone. The information Xie Jin received was sent by Tang Wu from the Shadow Moon Disk. The different colored light spots on the Shadow Moon Disk represented different forces, and from the color of the light spots, one could judge the cultivator's cultivation. This Tai Luo sect hunting team had 2 Fifth Order cultivators and 3 Fourth Order cultivators on the Shadow Moon Disk. Although this wasn't a weak lineup, Lu Yi and the others weren't afraid. Xie Jin was a Fifth Order cultivator, so he could block one of them. Lu Yi even had a record of killing Fifth Order cultivators. The others only needed to focus on their own targets. So before the battle began, everyone was relatively relaxed. Even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't be in too much danger. But when they really fought, Song Xie was shocked to find that his target was actually a Fifth Order cultivator. What frightened him even more was that his opponent was a Dharma cultivator. Song Xie couldn't get close to him at all and could only flee in embarrassment. But if this continued, he would die sooner or later. Ah! Another scream rang out. It was Tao Tiangang. Accompanied by this scream, his body couldn't help but retreat. There was a foot-long wound on his chest, and his flesh was torn apart. His opponent didn't spare him and pressed forward. Judging from the spirit energy fluctuations he released, this guy was also a Fifth Order cultivator. Qiao Qiao suddenly panicked. Fortunately, her opponent was only a Fourth Order cultivator and didn't reveal his Fifth Order cultivation. But the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Originally, they thought there were only 2 Fifth Order cultivators, but now there were 4. Even if the number of people was the same, it was still a crushing advantage. As long as either Song Xie or Tao Tiangang was defeated and killed, the enemy would be able to outnumber them and expand their advantage like a rolling snowball. In the hall, Tang Wu's face was solemn. He looked up at Han Jiu. A woman's heart is really unpredictable. At this moment, he also knew that he had been schemed against. Tai Luo sect had a method to suppress one's cultivation. In fact, this method wasn't rare, but it was a little unusual for it to appear on a low-level cultivator. Ordinary spirit talismans didn't have this effect. The aura-concealing talisman would conceal all spirit energy, so it couldn't suppress one's cultivation at all. To achieve this effect, a special spirit inscription had to be used. Moreover, the spirit inscription had to be branded on the body. This required a spirit inscription master who was proficient in spirit inscriptions. The price to hire such a spirit inscription master was not small. Tai Luo sect didn't have such a person. So these two fifth-order cultivators must have been arranged by Tai Luo sect in advance. Taking them out at this time really caught Green Feather Mountain off guard. Han Jiyu was no longer as irritable as before. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Men are really easy to deceive. She glanced at Tang Wu. Do you think I don't know that the kid riding the tiger is in this hunting team? Her previous performance was just to confuse Tang Wu. Although you've made all sorts of arrangements to confuse me in the past few days, I've been keeping an eye on him. I know exactly where he is. Han Jiyu raised her slender jade finger and pointed at the location where the two hunting teams were fighting on the Shadow Moon disk. The Qin family's heavy losses these past few days have a lot to do with this little brat. Such a person naturally needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. I will deal with your hunting team first. She slowly moved her finger up and pointed at the mountain peak where the blue and black dots were fighting. She continued, After that, we'll reinforce this place. As long as we kill everyone here, our Tai Luo sect's assault team will be able to tear a hole in your defensive line. We'll charge straight in and attack your rear. When that time comes, we'll kill one on sight, kill two on sight. We'll kill you until you piss your pants in terror. Ha ha ha. Tang Wu's expression was ugly because this was his original plan. As long as Xie Jin's team could defeat the opponent's hunting team, they could reinforce the nearby battle. In the battle over there, Green Feather Mountain already had a slight advantage. Once Xie Jin's team joined, this advantage would continue to expand. In the previous deployment, Han Jiyu had transferred many people from the rear of her territory to the front, which caused the rear defense to be extremely weak. As long as they could win the battle at the front of the mountain and kill enough enemies, the rear defense would be like paper to Green Feather Mountain. At that time, they could attack whichever mountain they wanted. Today's battle could be said to be the most important battle in the entire Dragon Spring League. If they won, everything would be fine. If they lost, there would be no turning back. This was the case for both sides. He had thought that it was a mistake for Han Jiyu to transfer the cultivators from the rear to the front, but now it seemed that this woman had already seen through everything. Her previous exasperation was just a cover. She allowed Tang Wu to make all kinds of arrangements, and then took advantage of the situation to turn his plan into her own. Tang Wu's eyelids twitched. He knew that he had underestimated Han Jiyu, and the price he had to pay for underestimating her was almost unbearable. On the side, Qin Wanli was also trembling with fear. Compared with Tang Wu and Han Jiyu, these two cunning guys, he felt that he was an innocent little rabbit. If the Qin family wanted to rise, it would be a long way to go. Chapter 128. The two hunting teams had only fought for a moment, but Lu Yi and the others were already at a disadvantage. Tao Tiangang was injured, and Song Xie was forced to flee. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Although Qiao Qiao, Er's side, was stable for the time being, it was of no help to the overall situation. As for Xie Jin, he was injured, so it was already good enough that he could entangle his opponent. The situation was extremely bad for Lu Yi and the others. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Tao Tiangang or Song Xie were killed. At that time, the situation would be irreversible. I have to break out of this situation. Lu Ye's mind raced as he slashed out with his saber, forcing the mustached body cultivator to retreat. At the same time, he raised his hand and summoned his small bell spirit artifact. Pouring his spirit energy into it, the small bell flew out with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, it grew in size and slammed down on the fifth-order cultivator. The reason why he chose this body cultivator was mainly because the other party had been standing in place and casting spells, making it difficult to dodge. Moreover, if he used the small bell spirit artifact to trap him, the body cultivator wouldn't be able to escape. If he wasn't careful, he might accidentally injure himself while casting spells. With a bang, the small bell shone on the body cultivator. Song Xie was dodging with all his strength at this time. Seeing that the body cultivator was trapped, A trace of struggle and hesitation flashed across his face. He turned around and rushed towards Tao Tiangang. He didn't know how long the small bell spirit artifact could trap the opponent, but there was no doubt that this was an opportunity. As long as he could join forces with Tao Tiangang, even if he couldn't defeat Tao Tiangang's opponent, he could at least hold on for a while. He just had the idea of taking the opportunity to escape, but he quickly dismissed it because he knew that if the others were killed, he wouldn't be able to survive. Instead of running away, he might as well fight with all his might. With his help, Tao Tiangang's side finally stabilized. With the two of them working together, they could entangle the Fifth Order cultivator for a while. On the other side, after summoning the small bell spirit artifact, Lu Yi rushed towards the mustached body cultivator, slashing with his saber. However, the other party simply raised his arms in front of his body and blocked all of Lu Ye's attacks without retaliating. Seeing this, Lu Yi raised his hand and cast a spell. His fat bird slammed into the man's chest and exploded. The man's face was immediately burned, but he seemed to be wearing some kind of defensive equipment under his clothes. Lu Ye's spell's attacks intended effect. He staggered back a few steps and gritted his teeth. Amazing! Even with the difference of an entire origin realm, Yang Kai was only able to parry Lu Ye's attacks, demonstrating just how strong his enemy was. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi kicked out at him. With a furious roar, the blood qi in his body surged, and a bloody mist appeared on the surface of his body. Aiming at Lu Ye's foot, he punched out. The moment the spiritual energy collided, the two figures fell back. Lu Yi felt the soles of his feet go numb, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. The small, bearded body cultivator wasn't any better. Lu Ye's kick directly knocked him to the ground. Before he could get up, Lu Yi had already rushed over, the long blade in his hand chopping down like a storm. The body cultivator roared angrily. His spiritual power merged with his qi and blood, and the blood mist around his body became even thicker. However, as Lu Yi slashed down with the sharpness spirit inscriptions, the defense faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not far away, the small bell spirit artifact began to ring violently, and the luster of the spirit belt around it was rapidly fading. It wouldn't be long before the trapped Fifth Order cultivator broke free. At that time, the opportunity Lu Yi had fought so hard for would be gone. I have to kill this body cultivator as soon as possible. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Lu Ye's heart was filled with hatred. Almost without hesitation, he swung his blade again and again, but every strike was blocked by the body cultivator. Even if he managed to land a hit, he couldn't hurt his opponent's vitals. The light on the surface of the small bell spirit artifact grew dimmer and dimmer, almost disappearing. "You're dead." Although the body cultivator was being suppressed, he was still grinning. He could see the anxiety in Lu Ye's eyes, so he knew that once his companion broke free, it would be his side's victory. This was why he could only take a beating without fighting back. The situation was in their favor, so he didn't need to take any risks. All he needed to do was stabilize himself. As Lu Yi slashed down with his blade again, the bracer worn by the body cultivator's arm shattered, startling him. He had long heard that this man riding a tiger had a powerful spirit artifact, so he had put on a large number of protective gear to fight him. His main purpose was to delay his opponent, but he had still underestimated him. It could be said that Tai Luo sect had chosen him to deal with Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi slash down again, the body cultivator no longer dared to meet the attack head-on and instead reached out to his storage bag, obviously wanting to take out a spirit talisman. At this time, the talisman he wanted to take out would definitely be a defensive one, most likely a golden body talisman. However, at that moment, his shoulders suddenly sank and a sharp whistling sound rang out in his ear. This sound was extremely strange, and when it rang out, it made him feel a little dizzy and absent-minded. He hurriedly activated his qi and blood force and spirit force, and the thin blood mist suddenly became thicker. A mournful scream came from behind him. He didn't know who had ambushed him, but he knew that he had injured the other party. Seeing Yi's figure on the bearded body cultivator's shoulder suddenly dim, Lu Ye's expression became ferocious, and he slashed down with his blade. Yi hadn't shown up in the past few days of fighting, mainly because she didn't have a physical body and could only play a limited role. However, at this critical moment, she had resolutely chosen to take action, creating an excellent opportunity for Lu Yi. The body cultivator had just taken out a spirit talisman from his storage bag, but before he could circulate his spirit chi, the blade had already fallen. The bracer had already been cut to pieces, so there was nothing left to block the sharp blade. This blade broke through the body cultivator's protective spirit chi and directly cut through the arm holding the spirit talisman. It then broke through the blood mist and cut into the body cultivator's neck, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The bearded body cultivator let out a muffled groan as the severe pain caused him to grit his teeth. The injury to his arm caused him to lose focus, but in this life and death crisis he managed to grab Lu Ye's wrist with his other hand and resist this ferocious slash. Lu Yi took a step forward and raised his other hand, grasping the tip of the blade and pressing it down fiercely. The two were so close together that their eyes met. Asterisk chi, asterisk the sound of the blade cutting through flesh rang out and blood spurted out. The bearded body cultivator's eyes widened as he knelt in front of Lu Yi, his mouth squirming as if he wanted to say something. Asterisk schwa, asterisk with a loud sound. The sharp blade cut through the bearded body cultivator's entire neck. The headless corpse swayed and fell to the ground. A fifth-order body cultivator dead. Just as Lu Yi and Yi were working together to kill the fifth-order body cultivator, the small bell spirit artifact was finally on the verge of collapse, and the light on its surface was about to be annihilated. Lu Yi wiped the blood from his face and looked around. He saw Xie Jin being beaten back by his opponent, and Tao Tiangang and Song Xie working together to struggle against another fifth-order body cultivator. Originally, the two of them working together wouldn't have been so difficult, but the main reason was that Tao Tiangang was already seriously injured before Song Xie came to support them. As a result, the situation was naturally very unfavorable for them. He also saw Qiao Qiao, shaking her whip and fighting against the fourth-order body cultivator. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the small bell spirit artifact. When he was close, he stretched out his hand, and the small bell spirit artifact immediately flew back to him. Asterisk bang, asterisk, a spell suddenly bloomed and hit the air. It was the spell cultivator who had been trapped inside. Suddenly regaining his freedom, the spell cultivator couldn't help but laugh. In order to escape, he had gone all out. In that narrow space, he had used a spell, causing himself to be covered in cuts and bruises. Fortunately, he had a sense of propriety, so although he looked a little embarrassed, he wasn't seriously injured. Just as he was about to escape, a bright blade flashed in front of him. Before the spell cultivator could understand the situation, Lu Ye's blade had already broken through his protective spirit energy. Under the powerful chop, the head that was still blooming with a smile on his face flew high into the air. He didn't expect that in the short time he was trapped, a fifth-order body cultivator from his family would die. Moreover, it was the most durable body cultivator. How could a defenseless spell cultivator like him block such a sudden attack? In an instant, the situation changed. Only 2 of the 4 fifth-order body cultivators from Tai Luo Sek's hunting team were left. This sudden change not only shocked their companions, but also Xie Jin and the others. However, this was quickly followed by ecstasy. They had thought that this was a fight to the death, but who would have thought that there would be such a turn of events? A fourth-order body cultivator had killed 2 fifth-order body cultivators. Sure enough, only such a ferocious guy could break through Tai Luo Sek's defensive line alone. Lu Yi had already rushed towards Qiao Qiao, with his blade. The reason why he chose this side was because a fourth order body cultivator was easier to kill. He had just killed 2 fifth order body cultivators, and his spirit energy was in turmoil. He needed to calm down a little. Moreover, the long whip in Chow Chow Er's hand was very suitable for him. After fighting for the past few days, they had formed a certain level of tacit understanding. So when she saw Lu Yi charging towards her, Chow Chow immediately retreated. Seeing his 2 senior brothers die in battle, the Fourth Order Origin Realm cultivator who was fighting against her had long been frightened out of his wits. Seizing this opportunity, he naturally turned around and fled. But before he could even take 2 steps, a whip cracked behind him and wrapped around his neck. Chow Chow pulled fiercely, pulling the man into the air. The Fourth Order body cultivator waved the weapon in his hand and slashed at the long whip behind him. Before he could land a solid blow, Chow Chow had already retrieved the long whip. He landed on the ground in a sorry state. When he looked up, Lu Ye's figure was already imprinted in his eyes. Facing the blade that was coming straight at him, he hurriedly raised his weapon to block. However, his legs were already bound by the long whip. A strong force passed through him, causing him to lose his balance. Lu Ye's blade had already landed on his body. Go help him. Lu Yi turned around and left, charging towards Xie Jin. Chow Chow whipped the head of the Fourth Order body cultivator lying on the ground and shouted, "Help which side?" Lu Yi did not have the time to reply to her. At this moment, he had already charged into the battle and joined forces with Xie Jin to fight the Fifth Order body cultivator. At this moment, the Fifth Order body cultivator's face was filled with despair, and his expression was extremely strange. It was unknown whether he wanted to cry or laugh, but the power of his attacks was becoming more and more ruthless. Chapter 129. Tai Luo Sek's Fifth Order Master knew that he was doomed this time. Since that was the case, he had to drag one of them down with him. On the other side, Chow Chow didn't get a response from Lu Yi. Looking at the situation on both sides, she decisively chose Song Xie and Tao Tiangang's side. She felt that these two weren't the opponent of the Fifth Order Master. If she didn't help, Song Xie might be fine, but Tao Tiangang, who was injured, would definitely die. In the central mountain hall, Han Ji was no longer as proud as before. Her pretty face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. She looked at the location where the 2 hunting teams were fighting. Every time a black dot was extinguished, it was like a heavy slap to her face, slapping her in the face until she was dizzy and seeing stars. Ha 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 ha. Tang Wu, who had always been expressionless, was laughing so hard that he couldn't stop slapping the moon's shadow plate. He really didn't expect that the premeditated battle of Tai Luo sect would develop like this. He also couldn't figure out how his own hunting team could achieve this. But the enemy had already lost 2 Fifth Order Masters and 1 Fourth Order Master. The remaining 2 Fifth Order Masters probably wouldn't live long. In the end, his own hunting team won. This made him the happiest. He faintly felt that this matter had something to do with the Fourth Order Master called Yi, because no one else had this ability. He felt more and more that recruiting Yi was the best choice he had made in this Dragon Spring meeting. Tang Wu's laughter made Han Jiu even angrier. His body trembled violently as he stared at the scene on the shadow moon plate. Seeing that another black, representing the Fifth Order, had been annihilated, he couldn't help but close his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Her junior brothers and junior sisters were getting worse and worse with each generation. What a waste of her good arrangements. Qin Wanli moved a little to the side, a little away from Han Jiu. He was afraid that this woman would vent her anger on him later. The battle continued, but it was a 5-on-1 situation. Lu Yi had joined forces with Xie Jin earlier. After killing his opponent, he immediately rushed over to support Chow Chow and the others. He was the last Fifth Order Master. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but even if he was a Fifth Order Master, facing 3 fourth-order masters, it wasn't easy to escape. In this situation, once his back was exposed to the enemy, he would be courting death. Now that he was fighting 1 against 5, there was no way he could survive. After a dozen breaths, this fifth-order origin realm cultivator cursed angrily. He wanted to drag the injured Tao Tiangang down with him, but in the end he failed to do so. When he used his last spirit talisman, he slowly fell into a pool of blood. The battle had finally come to an end, and with Tao Tiangang seriously injured and Song Xia slightly injured, they had managed to kill 4 fifth-order and 1 fourth-order enemy. There was a huge disparity in strength between the 2 teams, but in the end, the weaker side won a complete victory. This was truly unbelievable. For a moment, the way the 4 looked at Lu Yi changed. Everyone knew that it was Lu Yi who had single-handedly turned the situation around. He was the one who had taken the initiative to kill the enemy's 5th-order body cultivator, and then killed the 5th-order Dharma cultivator. If it weren't for Lu Yi, they would probably have died here. We still need to support the assault team, Xie Jin said. Lu Yi turned his head and glanced at Tao Tiangang. This guy's injuries weren't light. He had lost a lot of blood, and his face was extremely pale. At this moment, he was leaning against a big tree and gasping for breath. He looked like he would die at any moment. Junior brother. Xie Jin looked at him with shame in his eyes. Tao Tiangang forced a smile and said weakly, "Don't worry about me, I'll go back by myself. I've already sent a message to someone to pick you up. We have to win." Tao Tiangang said seriously. Xie Jin nodded heavily. When the 5 Tai Luo sect cultivators died, 2 of their mounts were also bitten to death. This was, of course, Hu Po's doing. Compared to the mounts they had seen in the past few days, Hu Po was the strongest. This allowed him to have an absolute advantage when fighting with other people's mounts. The remaining 3 demonic beasts also disappeared along with their master's death. The 4 got on their mounts and charged towards the peak under Lu Ye's lead. The cultivators from the 2 sects had already been fighting for half a day there. On the surface, Blue Feather Mountain's side had a slight advantage. This was Han Zhiyu's plan. Because of this, it would be more convenient for her to send out her hunting team to support them. In her mind, her hunting team would be able to eat Lu Ye's group clean and then turn to support her own team. They didn't have many people, but they had 4 fifth-order cultivators, and one of them was a magic cultivator. Once they joined the battle, they would be able to turn the situation around in an instant and catch Blue Feather Mountain off guard. But in the end, their hunting team was completely wiped out. This caused the already bad situation to become even worse. When Lu Yi and the others charged into the battlefield, the group of Tai Luo sect cultivators who were guarding the peak were obviously stunned, because they had received news that as long as they could hold on for a while, their own hunting team would come to support them. There were several 5th-order cultivators among them, which could help them turn the tide. But after waiting for half a day, what they received was actually someone else's support. This was very heart-wrenching. The 4 people and 4 mounts had just experienced a fierce life and death battle, and each of them had consumed a lot of energy. Rushing into the battlefield like this was limited, so under the leadership of Lu Yi, the 4 of them only wandered around the edge of the battlefield. They came and went with a rumble, distracting the enemy's energy while looking for an opportunity to attack. Qiao Qiao liked this kind of fighting style the most because the spirit artifact in her hand was a long whip which had the longest attack range. If the enemy cultivators were not careful, they would be tied up by her. They would either be dragged to the ground in a sorry state, or be dragged to her side to be killed by Xie Jin and Song Xia. Lu Yi didn't try to snatch the kill because he knew how to use spells. One after another, fat firebirds fell into the enemy's camp. If they were lucky, they would always be able to kill some, and even if they were unlucky, they would still be able to injure some unlucky cultivators. Under this strategy, the already weakened Tai Luo sect cultivators suddenly felt the pressure increase. Cultivators were killed one after another, and Blue Feather Mountain's advantage increased little by little. In the main hall, Hanjiu looked powerlessly at the battlefield, watching the black dots being annihilated one by one. She had also mobilized her own hunting team to help, but it would take some time for those hunting teams to arrive. Even Tang Wu couldn't just leave those hunting teams alone. Every hunting team that went to provide support was stopped. It was even more unrealistic to transfer people from the nearby mountains, because this time Blue Feather Mountain was not attacking only one mountain. At least 5 or 6 mountains were engaged in fierce fighting, but there was no obvious difference between the strong and the weak mountain. The situation was in a state of anxiety, and the casualties were not high, except for the mountain where Lu Yi and the others were. She had already ordered a retreat, because if they didn't retreat, her useless junior brothers and sisters would probably be killed on that mountain. But it was not so easy to retreat. This was a battle of life and death. If one rashly exposed one's back to the enemy in battle, sometimes they would only die faster, especially when Lu Yi and the other 3 were hunting around. The battle didn't end until night. On the mountain where the 2 sides fought, the smell of blood was so thick that it almost couldn't disperse. Broken limbs and minced meat were everywhere, and the scene was like a scene from hell. Corpses of Tai Luo sect cultivators could be seen from the top of the mountain to the bottom. They were all killed while fleeing. In this battle, Blue Feather Mountain had won a complete victory. Lu Yi and the others were exhausted. Their battle was over, and they were retreating to the valley behind them under the leadership of Xie Jin. But the battle between the 2 sects was not over. After taking that mountain, Blue Feather Mountain didn't send anyone to stay behind. Those who could still fight rushed to the nearby mountains, where the battle was still in a stalemate. In the main hall, Hanjiu was so angry that she almost smashed the shadow moon disk. She turned her head and looked at Tang Wu with red eyes. "Are you really going to kill us all?" Tang Wu snorted coldly. "I don't see Tai Luo sect showing mercy to Blue Feather Mountain. We are on opposite sides." "What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you?" Han Jiu gritted her teeth and looked up at Qin Wanli. Qin Wanli avoided her gaze. He knew that the Qin family would not have an easy time in the future. He didn't want to refuse Han Jiu's request for help, but he didn't dare to make any more trouble. If he dared to send reinforcements to Tai Luo sect at this time, Blue Feather Mountain would teach them a lesson tomorrow. This was a bloody lesson that the Qin family had learned at the cost of hundreds of lives. If Han Jiu's gaze wasn't so frightening, he even wanted to persuade her not to be too stubborn. It was not good to offend Tai Luo sect, but he had to consider the lives of the Qin family first. "Very good." Han Jiu was so angry that she laughed. She knew that there was nothing she could do at the Dragon Spring meeting. She thought back to all the previous arrangements and the battle of wits and courage with Tang Wu. She had really made one wrong move, and the result was that she was doomed eternally. She closed her eyes, raised her hand, and pressed it on her battlefield mark. She issued an order that made her feel heartache. In the next moment, a large number of black dots on the mountain peaks retreated. Even the mountains where the battle was going on did the same. The black dots were annihilated one by one, representing the lives of Tai Luo sect cultivators. She didn't dare to look, for fear that she would change her order. Her last remaining reason told her that she had to cut her losses. Otherwise, Tai Luo sect would only sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire. At this time, Lu Yi and the others were crossing the mountains. Xie Jin sent a message to the rear and learned that Tao Tiangang had been treated and his life was no longer in danger. Everyone was relieved. Although they had only known each other for a few days, they had undoubtedly established a good friendship through the life and death battles. Xie Jin kept reporting the situation at the front line to everyone. Song Xie and Xiao Qiao both cheered when they heard that Tai Luo sect was retreating en masse and that Blue Feather Mountain was chasing after them. Lu Yi was currently checking on Yi's situation. Yi had been injured by a 5th order body cultivator in order to help him. Lu Yi had seen her injuries before. It was the first time they met when Yi went to get the barrier-breaking fruit. Yi's body was much dimmer when she came back, and it took her a month to recover. Chapter 130. After checking and confirming that Yi was fine and only needed to rest for a while, Lu Yi finally relaxed. Furthermore, Hoopa was much stronger than before, so Yi wouldn't take too long to recover. It wasn't until late into the night that the four of them returned to the valley. Lu Ye's tent had been left open the entire time. Mu Ling was already waiting, so she treated him with great care. However, halfway through her treatment, Lu Yi had already fallen into a deep sleep. He had been running around for the past few days, fighting great battles one after another, so he was truly exhausted. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. He was still covered in a blanket. Lu Yi got up and looked around in a daze. He didn't see Hoopa, but he heard Chow Chow, Er's voice from outside the tent. For you to eat, it's good stuff. It's really fragrant. You'll know once you try it. Hey, even if you don't want to eat, don't bite me. Let go of my hand. Lu Yi put on his clothes and walked out. He saw Hoopo's bloody mouth biting Chow Chow Er's arm. Chow Chow Er's body twisted strangely. She wanted to pull her arm out of the tiger's mouth, but she didn't dare use too much force. Their eyes met and Lu Yi frowned. What are you doing? Only then did Hoopa let go of her arm and walk over to Lu Yi to rub against him. Chow Chow held a bloody piece of beast meat in her hand and raised it high. I fed it something, but it still bit me. Yi, your pet beast is too outrageous. Hoopa immediately whimpered. Lu Yi looked at him, then at Chow Chow His gaze gradually became unfriendly. Don't drug it. Chow Chow was confused. What drug? What drug? Who's going to drug it? Lu Yi had already turned around and entered the tent. Hoopa followed. Outside the tent, Chow Chow looked around and put the beast meat in her storage pouch with a guilty conscience. She muttered softly, "It's that good." She wasn't talking about Lu Yi, but Hoopa. He turned around, whistled, and left as if nothing had happened. Sitting on the bed, Hoopa picked up a storage pouch from the side and walked over, placing it beside Lu Yi. It was the reward from Green Feather Mountain. Previously, after the battle ended every day, Xie Jin would hand over the day's remuneration when they rested. Over the past few days, Song Xie, Chow Chow, and the others could be said to have earned a lot. Lu Yi picked up the storage bag and checked it. He found that there were nearly 180 spirit stones inside. Compared to yesterday's harvest, these spirit stones were undoubtedly more. But considering Lu Ye's contribution to the entire battle, Green Feather Mountain naturally had to show some appreciation. Including his previous savings, he now had more than 560 spirit stones. This was not only a reward for merit points, but also the spoils of war. The storage bags of the cultivators from the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan were collected by the Green Feather Mountain sect. Each storage bag was priced at 5 spirit stones, which was the same as the Tianji Business Alliance. There were also some low-grade spirit tools. These spoils of war were divided equally among the 5 members of the team. He checked his battlefield imprint. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, Jade Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation, 53 apertures. Location, Spirit Stream Battlefield. Merit points, 368. When he arrived here a few days ago, he had already opened 52 apertures. Over the past few days, he had opened another aperture. The main reason was that he had been fighting all this time and had used up too much of his energy. The spirit pills he took are all used to replenish his energy, which caused the speed of opening apertures to slow down. Compared to when he set out from Ming Mountain, his merit points had increased by a lot, from 174 to 368. It had increased by almost 200 points. One could imagine how many Tai Luo sect cultivators had died at Lu Ye's hands. But it wasn't strange when he thought about it. On the first day, he broke into the 100 Peaks Mountain. He killed more than a dozen people along the way. After that, he followed Siejin's team. Most of the time, they wiped out the other party's team. Especially in the last battle yesterday, those escaping cultivators couldn't escape the hunting team's pursuit. He had used up a lot of spirit pills. These days, he had to replenish his spirit power. In addition to Hupa, who was a spirit pill eater, he had more than 400 spirit pills when he entered the 100 Peaks Mountain. But now, he only had 300 left. Compared to the consumption, he had gained more. Overall, he had earned a lot by participating in this Dragon Spring League. After he had counted his materials, Lu Yi took another shower and changed into a set of clean clothes. Then he took Hupa to find food. Not to mention other things, the food provided by the Green Feather Mountain was quite good. It was provided all day long. He could go there when he wanted to eat. Along the way, he met Siejin. After a conversation, he learned that the Green Feather Mountain had achieved a great victory yesterday. The Tai Luo sect martial artists had retreated from the peaks and shrunk their defense line. Currently, among the 100 peaks, the Green Feather Mountain had occupied 50. They had created an unprecedented situation. Judging from this situation, most likely the Dragon Spring League would maintain the status quo until the end. It was because, regardless of the Qin clan or the Tai Luo sect, they had both suffered great losses in the previous confrontation. They no longer had enough people to occupy more peaks. Maintaining the status quo was the best choice. Ever since the Qin clan had joined the Dragon Spring League, the Green Feather Mountain had never achieved such a significant victory. Siejin said that Senior Brother Tang had sent him a message and praised him. While Lu Yi stuffed a fat piece of meat into his mouth, he said, "This way, we don't have to fight anymore." "It's most likely so." Siejin nodded. Yesterday's battle could be considered as ending the Dragon Spring League in advance. Lu Yi understood. If this was the case, then he must consider leaving this place. Usually, the Dragon Spring League would last for a month. However, this time it had only started for a dozen days. He could not just waste time here. As if he had seen through Lu Ye's thoughts, Siejin looked around and whispered next to Lu Yi, "Junior brother Lu Yi, don't be in a rush to leave." Senior brother Tang Wu said that after the Dragon Spring League ends, our team can all enter the Dragon Spring. Lu Yi raised his brow. Was there such a good thing? Siejin laughed. Yesterday's victory was all because of Junior Brother's efforts to turn the tide. My Green Feather Mountain has always been fair. If such great contributions cannot allow Junior Brother to occupy a spot, then in the future there is no need to recruit freelance martial artists. This was buying the bones of a horse with 1,000 taels of gold. In the jade slip that Siejin had given him before, it did say that if the freelance martial artists recruited made great contributions to Green Feather Mountain, they could be allocated a spot to enter the Dragon Spring. Lu Yi had also heard Song Xie and Qiao Qiao talk about this when they were chatting. Generally, there were not many spots allocated to outsiders. At each Dragon Spring League, only 1 or 2 outsiders could enter the Dragon Spring with the disciples of Green Feather Mountain. But this time there were 3. The spots to enter the Dragon Spring were actually very precious. Green Feather Mountain spots were not only used by their own disciples, but also by many medium-sized and large sects that were on good terms with Green Feather Mountain. Some of their disciples with outstanding aptitude would often come to Green Feather Mountain at the beginning of the Dragon Spring League to wait for the results. However, because of the previous contract, they could not interfere with the Dragon Spring League. As a result, the spots allocated to freelance martial artists were extremely precious. After all, for low-level martial artists, entering the Dragon Spring to temper their physique was better than taking many treasures. No matter what path they took in the future, it was always right to have a stronger physique. Siejin patted Lu Ye's shoulder. "Junior brother, don't worry. This Dragon Spring League is very likely to end early. After all, Senior Brother Tangwu and the others' time is also very precious." In the main hall of the central peak, in front of the shadow moon plate, Tang Wu crossed his arms and suggested, "It can end now. What do you two think?" Qin Wanli turned his head and glanced at Han Jiayue, not daring to say a word. Han Jiayue sneered. "It's only halfway. What's the hurry?" It was not that she did not know that Tang Wu was telling the truth. At present, Tai Luo sect did not dare to act rashly. Continuing the stalemate would only be a waste of time. However, she just did not want Tang Wu to have his way. In any case, she was too lazy to listen to anything Tang Wu said. Tang Wu said indifferently, "What's the point of wasting time here?" Han Jiayue laughed. "I think it's quite interesting. Anyway, it was not only her time that was wasted. This woman was a typical example of harming others without benefiting herself." Tang Wu turned his head. "Do you think that Tai Luo sect can sit back and relax if they shrink their defense line like this?" Han Jiayue provoked him. "Then come and fight. Can you beat them?" When the Tai Luo sect's defense line shrank, it meant that their defense had increased. On the other hand, the Green Feather Mountain had occupied 50 peaks, and their manpower had become scattered. Fortunately, they had recruited a large number of freelance martial artists, or else they would not be able to defend all of them. However, it would be somewhat difficult to launch an attack. Han Jiayue had also grasped this point. That was why she had acted so unscrupulously. It could be said that regardless of which side it was, they had reached their limit. Even the Qin clan was the same. Tang Wu turned his head and stared at Han Jiayue for a while. Then he passed down orders. After a short while, the blue light spots on the shadow moon plate moved. From the most forward peak, the martial artists of the Green Feather Mountain who were guarding the peak quickly retreated. Soon, that peak had become an ownerless land. However, at the same time, blue dots scattered from a few nearby peaks and gathered at the foot of one of the peaks of the Tai Luo sect. They had formed a large team. Not only that, from the valley inside the Green Feather Mountain, 5 blue light spots were moving forward at a rapid speed. When she saw this scene, the corner of Han Jiayue's eyes twitched. She understood that Tang Wu had pulled out that hunting team. After half a day, the 5 blue dots that had set out from the valley regrouped with the Green Feather Mountain martial artists at the front. They gathered at the foot of the peak of the Tai Luo sect. There were no less than 50 densely packed light spots. Han Jiayue's chest moved up and down as she revealed an unsightly expression. Tang Wu turned to look at her and did not speak a word. Qin Wanli did not know what riddles these two guys were playing. He did not understand why the Green Feather Mountain would give up a peak and transfer people to gather at the foot of the peak of the Tai Luo sect. Amidst the silence, Han Jiayue gave a long sigh. She extended her hand and tapped on her own battlefield mark. A message was sent out. Soon, on the opposite side of the ownerless mountain peak, a few black light spots started to move. They ran to occupy that ownerless mountain peak. However, judging from the slow movement speed of those black light spots, clearly they were feeling extremely uneasy. However, until they climbed up the peak and occupied it, they did not encounter any attacks. A wise choice. Tang Wu curled the corner of his mouth. As if Han Jiayue had been hollowed out, she said, "This dragon spring meet ends here. What does the Qin clan think?" What could Qin Wanli think? Of course, he would cheer loudly. It was only at this moment that he slowly realized what had happened. Chapter 131. Tang Wu's fancy maneuver seemed to be confusing, but in fact, it presented Han Jiayue with 2 choices. The first choice was for the Green Feather Mountain to give up a mountain to the Tai Luo sect and the Dragon Spring gathering would end. If Han Jiayue chose this option, then it would be good for everyone. However, if Han Jiayue did not accept this, then the second choice would come. The gathered disciples of the Green Feather Mountain would immediately launch an attack on the mountain of the Tai Luo sect. With that hunting team, even if they could not take down this mountain, for sure they would make the Tai Luo sect suffer some losses. There were a dozen days until the end of the Dragon Spring Gathering. As long as they had that invincible hunting team, the Green Feather Mountain would always hold the initiative. With two choices placed before him, as long as Han Jiaoyu had some sense, he would know which one to choose. In the end, Han Jiaoyu did not insist and sent out a few martial artists to occupy that ownerless mountain. Don't underestimate a mere mountain. One more mountain would make a difference. If Green Feather Mountain had one more mountain, it would occupy 50% of the total land. If Green Feather Mountain lost one mountain, it would occupy 40%. When such a result spread out, the Tai Luo sect would also look better. Only now did Qin Wanli understand the twists and turns in this matter. Instantly he shivered. Indeed, he was too naive when these two cunning old men were fighting a battle of wits and courage. Since they had reached a consensus, there was no need to waste any more time. Soon, the three of them announced the end of this Dragon Spring Gathering. When the news spread out, the disciples of the three sects were both happy and worried. To the Green Feather Mountain, this Dragon Spring Gathering had been full of ups and downs. Initially, the Green Feather Mountain was not a match for the Tai Luo sect. They had lost the initial 40 mountains. However, in the end, under Senior Brother Tang Wu's arrangements, they had come back from the dead. Not only did they suppress the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan, they had achieved a result that far surpassed any previous times. With this achievement, Tang Wu's position at the Green Feather Mountain would certainly rise sharply. As long as he did not make any major mistakes, it would only be a matter of time before he would be put in an important position by the higher-ups. Lu Yi, who was meditating in the tent, also received the news from Xie Jin. He secretly praised Green Feather Mountain for its high efficiency. In the morning, Xie Jin told him that the Dragon Spring meeting should be over soon, and this news was confirmed in the afternoon. Although the Dragon Spring meeting was over, there was still a day before they could enter the Dragon Spring to temper their physique. This was because the Green Feather Mountain had to arrange the list of people who would enter. In addition, the disciples of other sects who were waiting at the Green Feather Mountain encampment had to rush over, so it would take some time for them to get there. Lu Yi didn't pay any attention to the hustle and bustle outside. He only focused on meditating and cultivating in the tent. The excitement of others was ultimately others. Only one's cultivation was his own. At dawn the next day, Xie Jin came to find Lu Yi and told him that the list of names to enter the Dragon Spring had been confirmed. Their entire team was on the list, and they would immediately rush to the central peak to gather and wait to enter the Dragon Spring. A moment later, 5 people and 5 horses rushed in the direction of the central peak under Xie Jin's lead. They crossed over mountains and ridges all the way. Unlike the state of the previous mission, at this time the team was full of laughter. Tao Tiangang, who had not recovered from his serious injuries, laughed too loudly. As a result, his injuries were affected, and he grimaced for a long time. With a mount, the speed was still very fast. In just half a day, the 5 people arrived at the central peak and climbed to the top of the peak. An ancient hall immediately came into view. This hall should have existed for a long time. After all, the Dragon Spring meeting had already started 100 years ago. Outside the hall, there were already many Green Feather Mountain disciples waiting. Seeing the arrival of Xie Jin and the others, they all greeted them warmly. Xie Jin nodded in response. When they arrived at the hall, the 5 people turned over and got off their mounts. Xie Jin led everyone to the front of the hall and cupped his fists. "Senior brother, I brought them." "Come in." A strong voice came from inside. Xie Jin led Lu Yi and the others into the hall. Entering the hall, Lu Yi saw the shadow moon plate placed in the center at a glance. But before he could take a closer look, he felt an extremely sharp gaze staring at him. Lu Yi looked up and met the eyes of a woman. This woman was very charming. Even if she was looking at him with murderous intent, she still gave him a strange sense of seduction. This is probably the 9th order from Tai Luo sect. Lu Yi thought to himself. He immediately became vigilant and secretly circulated his spirit qi. although he knew that he was no match for a ninth order. If the other party attacked him, he would not sit still and wait for death. What does Tang Wu mean by calling us here? To draw hatred. Lu Yi frowned slightly. In the past few days, a lot of Tai Luo sect cultivators had died at his hands. In the last battle, it was their hunting team that destroyed all of Han Jiyu's arrangements. It was not an exaggeration to say that this woman couldn't wait to cut Lu Yi and the others into 1,000 pieces. Green Feather Mountain had already won a great victory. It was unwise to pull them out at this time to provoke others. Don't open your eyes so wide. It's easy to scare the children, Tang Wu said lightly. On the surface, he looked calm, but in fact he was secretly happy. He looked at Lu Yi. Show me your battlefield mark. Lu Yi didn't know what he was going to do, but he still raised his hand and urged his battlefield mark. Immediately, a light blue light appeared on the back of his hand. It's done. Tang Wu nodded. Xie Jin led everyone out of the room. In the hall, Tang Wu said, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" What? Han Jiyu glared at Lu Ye's back. For a moment, she didn't come back to her senses. Suddenly, she came back to her senses and cursed. "You bastard!" Tang Wu had asked her for the bet several times, but she refused with the excuse that she didn't see it with her own eyes. Now that Lu Yi showed the light of his battlefield mark in front of her, there was no room for her to pester him. "With the heavens, Will, as my witness, you must accept your loss." Tang Wu stretched out his hand to her. Han Jiyu was furious, but under the heavens, Will, even if she was unwilling, she could only stretch out her hand and wipe her battlefield mark. A red light flew towards Tang Wu, and she cursed, "Be careful not to choke." 200 merit points. Han Jiyu's heart ached. Huh. Tang Wu took back the red light and looked at Qin Wanli with disdain. "And you?" Qin Wanli was startled. "Me? What does it have to do with me? I'm just here to watch the fun." "Stop talking nonsense. 20 merit points. If it's any less, I'll twist your head off," Tang Wu said fiercely. He wasn't so polite to Qin Wanli. Qin Wanli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did he remember that when Han Jiyu wanted to bet on which camp that young man was from, he did bet 20 merit points. But he was betting with Han Jiyu, and it had nothing to do with Tang Wu. It was unreasonable for Tang Wu to jump out at this time and ask him for the bet. Sighing, Qin Wanli also wiped his battlefield mark, and a red light flew towards Tang Wu. Although they were both ninth order cultivators, he really couldn't afford to offend these two. The people from Blue Feather Mountain had all arrived. After all, they had gathered at 100 Peak Mountain. After the list was confirmed, they could quickly gather. After waiting for less than an hour, a large number of cultivators ran up from the foot of the mountain. This group of cultivators basically had a mount for each of them. Their mounts all looked extraordinary. Not only that, their attire was undoubtedly more glamorous than the others. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi immediately understood that these people should be cultivators from the sects that were on good terms with Blue Feather Mountain. They had been waiting at Blue Feather Mountain Station during the beginning of the Dragon Spring Festival. Now that the Dragon Spring Festival was over and the Dragon Spring was about to open, they gathered here. There were quite a lot of people in this group, about 30 to 40. Many of the Green Feather Mountain disciples were extremely envious as their mounts rumbled past them one after another in an imposing manner. The heritage of the sects in the outer circle was incomparable to the sects in the inner circle and even the core circle. This could be seen from the comparison of these low-level cultivators. When the cultivators arrived in front of the main hall, they got off their mounts and gathered in groups of 3 to 5, chatting with each other. It seemed that many of them were familiar with each other. Lu Yi discovered a very strange phenomenon. "Senior Brother Xia, why can't I see any cultivators above the 5th order here?" Not only were the cultivators of Blue Feather Mountain like this, but these cultivators from other sects were also the same. There was no one above the 5th order. Xie Jin explained. The dragon spring has little effect on cultivators above the 5th order. This is one of the reasons why the cultivators participating in the Dragon Spring Festival are limited to the 5th order. As for why this is the case, I don't know, but it has been confirmed before. Lu Yi immediately understood. Chow chow, was a little worried. After we go in, what about the mounts? With so many monster beasts gathered together, it was easy to cause chaos without a master to restrain them. It would not be good if a few mounts accidentally died. Xie Jin smiled. Don't worry about that. Someone will lead your mounts to the beast cages later and take care of them. This was not the first time the Dragon Spring Festival was held. Every time, many cultivators from other sects would come over on their mounts, so Blue Feather Mountain would naturally settle them down. Not long after, the person in charge of arranging the mounts came over, accompanied by Lu Yi, who was placed in a beast cage. There were almost 100 beast cages here, more than enough to accommodate the cultivators' mounts. Everything was ready. When night was about to fall, a rumbling sound suddenly came from below the mountain peak, followed by an earthquake. Just when everyone was confused about the situation, Tang Wu's figure walked out of the main hall, looked around at everyone, and said in a clear voice, "The Dragon Spring has been opened. Junior brothers and junior sisters, please enter in order. This time, the Dragon Spring will be open for 9 days, and each of the 3 sects will occupy 3 days. Everyone, please act according to your ability, and do not try to be brave. Let me say the ugly words first. If any accident occurs during the tempering process, my Blue Feather Mountain will not be responsible." After a brief speech, under Tang Wu's signal, the cultivators from other sects entered the main hall one by one. After they walked in, it was the turn of the cultivators from Blue Feather Mountain. Previously, Blue Feather Mountain had seized 49 mountains in the Dragon Spring Festival, so there were 98 people arranged to enter this time. However, after more than 30 people were allocated, there were only about 60 spots left. This number was actually not small, but compared to the entire spirit stream realm level of the sects, it was not enough at all. Therefore, for a long time, Blue Feather Mountain had very few spots to recruit rogue cultivators. This time, there were 3 spots because Lu Ye's team had contributed too much. Chapter 132. A secret passage leading underground had been opened in the main hall at some point in time. Cultivators walked in one after another, and the hollow sound of footsteps came from the depths below. Everyone followed the secret passage all the way down, and after walking for about half an hour, they arrived in front of a bronze door. The door was thick and simple, and it gave off a sense of vicissitudes. A flying dragon was carved on the door, and it was lifelike as if it was a living creature. The door was already open, and there was a faint red mist surging behind the door. The cultivators who came here did not stop, and they all rushed into the red mist and disappeared. The open bronze door and the surging red mist seemed to have an invisible beast entrenched inside, swallowing the cultivators into its stomach one by one. Lu Yi was behind Xie Jin, and he followed him into the red mist. However, after walking in, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. This feeling came and went quickly, and by the time Lu Yi came back to his senses, Xie Jin's figure was nowhere to be seen. Not only him, but even the cultivators who had walked in before could no longer see him. Lu Yi did not panic. On the way to the gathering point, Chow Chow had asked him some things about the Dragon Spring. Xie Jin did not hide anything and told her a lot, but because his cultivation was not high, what he knew was also hearsay. One of them was the strange experience of entering this place. Everyone who entered here would appear in an independent small space and would not have any interaction with others. As for why this was, Xie Jin could not say. He only knew that the elders of the sect speculated that this place seemed to be related to the secrets of space. Lu Yi turned his head and looked around. The faint red mist was not too dense, so it did not completely cover the surrounding environment. He looked around for a while and found that the place he was in seemed to be a secret room. In the center of the secret room, there was a spring the size of a bowl that was spewing out spring water. The spring water did not flow in all directions and soon seeped into the ground, and as the spring water gushed out, a faint red mist dissipated. This secret chamber wasn't big, only about 10 meters in length and width. Apart from the mouth of the misty spring, there was nothing else in the chamber. The current situation made Lu Yi feel strange. He did not know where the others had gone, but he thought that they were all like him, in an independent secret room. There were probably some secrets hidden in this place. Lu Yi wasn't in the mood to explore these things. The nearby forces had been entrenched here for so many years. If there were any secrets, they would have long been discovered by them. There wasn't much time left. Lu Yi walked to a corner of the room, took out a prayer mat, and sat down cross-legged on it. At this point, Xie Jin only needed to meditate and cultivate normally. As he breathed in and out, the faint red mist would temper the cultivator's body. Lu Yi was a little worried. He had never been normal throughout his cultivation journey. After a series of attempts, as expected, this kind of meditation did not have the slightest effect. The light red mist lingering around his body was not absorbed into his body at all. This mist was the true source of tempering a cultivator's physique. If it couldn't be drawn into the body, it naturally wouldn't have any tempering effects. Lu Yi had already prepared a countermeasure to this. He began to construct spirit-gathering runes in his spiritual cavities. The spirit-gathering runes could transform into tiny funnels and draw the world's spiritual energy into Lu Yi's spiritual cavities. If the light red mist here was the world's spiritual energy, the spirit-gathering runes should be able to display their effects. Soon, a spirit-gathering rune took shape. Lu Yi immediately had a different feeling. Under the guidance of the spirit-gathering rune, the mist was gathered and poured into the spiritual cavities through the funnel-shaped rune. It was different from when he was cultivating. When the mist poured into the spiritual cavities, Lu Yi immediately felt a slight pain. It was not intense, as if someone had taken a needle and lightly poked him. This made him feel relieved. Xie Jin had said that this was a normal phenomenon. Tempering the physique was not a pleasant experience. Everyone would feel pain here. This was also the reason why Tang Wu had told everyone to act according to their abilities. The higher the cultivation talent of a cultivator, the greater the benefits they would receive. Correspondingly, the greater the pain they would have to endure. As the spirit-gathering runes continued to display their effects, the slight pain continued to spread. Lu Yi could almost ignore this pain. He began to construct the second spirit-gathering rune. After a while, the third, the fourth, when he had constructed the 30th spirit-gathering rune, Lu Yi lightly snorted. At this time, as the light red mist continued to pour in, the pain became extremely obvious. It no longer felt like a needle was gently poking him. Instead, it felt as if there were many needles in his body, constantly moving through his limbs and bones. Lu Yi temporarily stopped constructing the spirit runes. He felt that if he continued like this, he would not be able to hold on. The pain became more and more intense. When it reached its peak, Lu Yi suddenly felt as if his whole body was on fire. His muscles bulged, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked extremely sinister. The intense pain made him sweat profusely, drenching his clothes. But soon the pain began to ease again. Although it did not completely disappear, it was much better than before. Lu Yi calmed his mind and constructed the spirit-gathering rune again. 31, 32, until the 40th. Once again he reached his limit. The same feeling as before was transmitted. His body began to burn again, and the pain began to ease. He constructed the third spirit rune, until all his spirit cavities were reinforced with spirit-gathering runes. There were a total of 54 of them. The light red mist from all around swarmed in and was swallowed by Lu Yi. He clenched his fists and endured with great difficulty, his body constantly trembling. Suddenly, 2 huge blood-red eyes appeared in his mind, staring at him from the sky. Those blood-red eyes were filled with a chaotic and murderous aura. Under its gaze, Lu Yi felt a chill run down his spine. After what seemed like an instant, but also like a million years, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes, but there was nothing in front of him. His expression was one of bewilderment. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else. But under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, he clearly heard an old voice. That voice said something, but Lu Yi didn't hear it clearly. The pain in his body had completely disappeared at some point. His stomach was growling, and he felt an intense hunger he had never felt before. Asterisk Poochie! Asterisk, a strange sound came out. Lu Yi looked over and saw that in the middle of the secret room, there was a flat object spurting out with the spring water. He looked at it in bewilderment for a moment, wanting to get up and grab it, but after taking a few steps, he felt that something was wrong. His body seemed to be somewhat unbalanced. It was not the kind of imbalance that made him dizzy, but rather an imbalance that he could not control. He clearly wanted to go to the spring, but after a few steps, he crossed the spring and arrived at the other side of the secret room, almost hitting the wall. Hurriedly stopping, he closed his eyes and silently examined his body. His qi and blood seemed to be more than twice as abundant as before, and his flesh and blood had become more powerful. He gently clenched his fists, a powerful force surging. His physique had received a very exaggerated upgrade. This was the root of his inability to control his body, because his strength had increased too much in a short period of time, and his speed had also increased very quickly, but his mind had not yet adapted to the improvement of his body. When he calmed down, even everything around him seemed to have slowed down. Could the tempering of the dragon's spring really have such great benefits? Lu Yi was somewhat bewildered. It should not be like this. If the tempering of the dragon's spring really had such great benefits, this place would have long been occupied by the top sections. How could it be the turn of Green Feather Mountain and Tai Luo sect to hold the dragon's spring gathering? Although the top sects were all stationed in the core area, they only needed to send some people. Xie Jin had said before that tempering in the dragon's spring did have benefits, but it was not enough to make a person reborn. Compared to the body tempering treasures occupied by the top sects, the dragon's spring was still much worse. So Lu Yi and the others should not have too much hope and only do their best. However, in addition to tempering the physique, the dragon spring also had another effect, which was why the disciples of the top sects had come to take a share of the profits. But at this moment, Lu Yi clearly felt that he had been reborn. He took a deep breath, slowly calmed his mind, turned around, and began to slowly walk around the secret room. At first, it was not very smooth. He was like a baby who had just learned to walk, and if he was not careful, he would bump into the wall. But after walking a few laps and adapting to the changes in his body, the situation became better. It was not until now that he found that the light red mist that was originally here had disappeared without a trace. The spring was still spewing water, but there was no more mist overflowing. The hunger was getting stronger, as if he had not eaten for many days. For the time being, Lu Yi ignored the inexplicable object that was spewing out from the spring and continued to walk around the secret room, taking out some dried meat from his storage bag. After eating more than 10 kilograms of dried meat, he felt full. Dang, a clear sound rang out. Lu Yi was startled at first, but then he reacted. Dang, the sound became urgent. Xie Jin said that when the bell rang 3 times, it meant that the time was up and everyone had to leave. 3 days had passed? Lu Yi was a little surprised. He felt that he had only been here for half a day. Before the final bell rang, he quickly walked over to the spring, grabbed the object that had spewed out from the spring, and stuffed it directly into his storage bag, not even having time to investigate what it was. The feeling of weightlessness from before came again, and Lu Yi only saw a blur in front of his eyes before he appeared in front of the bronze gate. The surrounding area was bustling with people. Obviously, everyone had been sent out. A sour and foul smell wafted out, causing Lu Yi to frown. The smell was extremely strong, and there seemed to be more than one kind of smell. Many women were so stimulated by the smell that they began to retch. Get out, it stinks. Someone shouted and took the lead to return. Chapter 133. There were many impurities in a cultivator's body, and these impurities would be expelled during body tempering. Not only were there impurities, but there were also pill toxins. The disciples of large sects came here to use the dragon spring to temper their bodies, but the main reason was to expel the pill toxins that had accumulated in their bodies. Before coming here, they would take large amounts of pills to improve their cultivation, ignoring the accumulation of pill toxins. After a trip to the dragon spring, the pill toxins would be completely removed, and they would be able to improve their cultivation in a short period of time. This caused everyone in the group to stink. With 98 people gathered together and the lack of ventilation underground, it was easy to imagine how sour the smell was. It was no wonder that those female cultivators who loved to look pretty would retch from the smell. When they came, everyone was slow, but when they returned, they moved as fast as lightning, quickly entering the main hall on the mountain. Immediately, people from Blue Feather Mountain led everyone to a nearby spring. After tempering their bodies, they immediately went to bathe, which was almost a standard procedure. There were many springs nearby, so men and women were separated. An hour later, Lu Yi washed his body and changed into a new set of clothes, feeling much more refreshed. Xia Jin walked over with a smile. "Junior brother, how was your harvest?" "It was okay." "That's good. But the effects of this tempering don't seem to be as good as before. I don't know if Junior brother has noticed, but the mist in the secret room has become much thinner in the last 2 days. When we came out, it was almost gone. Isn't that normal?" Lu Yi felt a little guilty. "It's not abnormal, but it's a little different from what I heard. The reason why the dragon spring only opens once every 3 years is because the light red mist needs time to accumulate. If too much is consumed at once, the people who go in later won't be able to temper their bodies." Speaking of this, he laughed with some schadenfreude. "I'm afraid the Tai Luo sect still doesn't know what's going on. They'll only come out 3 days later, so I'm afraid they'll return empty-handed this time. Then they're miserable." Xia Jin laughed. "In any case, my Blue Feather Mountain is done here, so the rest has nothing to do with us." Lu Yi nodded and said, "Senior brother Xia, this matter is over, so I'll be leaving first." He was just passing by and was involved in the Dragon Spring meeting, obtaining many benefits. Not to mention the merit points and spirit stones, the final tempering of the Dragon Spring was not a small opportunity. Although it was delayed for 10 days, it was still worth it. He still had to rush to the Blue Blood Sect station, so he didn't want to stay here for long. Xia Jin looked around and said, "Junior brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. It might not be safe for you to leave now." Lu Yi said thoughtfully, "The Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan." Xia Jin nodded. "You don't need to pay attention to the Qin clan. The key is that woman with the surname Han from the Supreme Luo sect. This time, Junior brother has contributed too much to the Dragon Spring League. If you did not have protection, how could that woman with the surname Han have let you go? Previously, Senior brother Tang Wu specially instructed me to ask Junior brother to accompany me for the time being, and he will personally escort Junior brother back once he's done with the matters at hand." Lu Yi calmed down slightly. The reason he was in such a hurry to leave was because he was afraid of that female cultivator from the Tai Luo sect. He hadn't forgotten the way she looked at him when he entered the hall. At this moment, the Tai Luo sect's disciples were tempering their bodies in the Dragon Spring, and she couldn't leave. Therefore, Lu Yi felt that if she wanted to leave, she had to leave quickly. Otherwise, when she was free, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to. However, Green Feather Mountain had obviously thought of this as well, which was why Tang Wu had warned Xia Jin. As for Qiao Qiao and Song Xia, Lu Yi thought of the 2 freelance martial artists who had fought side by side with him. Xia Jin laughed. "Junior brother, you don't need to worry about them. Senior brother Tang Wu has already asked for instructions from the sect. When we return this time, they will be accepted into the sect. Lu Yi inwardly praised the Green Feather Mountain for their good plan. This way, he would be the only one allocated to outsiders in the Dragon Spring. However, although Qiao Qiao and Song Xia were freelance martial artists, they were not inferior to the martial artists of the Green Feather Mountain. This time they had performed extremely well in the Dragon Spring League and were worthy of being accepted by the Green Feather Mountain. In the future, they would no longer be freelance martial artists without any backing, but people with a sect. Blue Feather Mountain did not send out any invitations to Lu Yi, because in their opinion, Lu Yi must have come from a large sect and had come here to hone his skills. Who knew what kind of big tree was behind him? So why would he take a fancy to a small sect like Blue Feather Mountain? After the two chatted for a while, the disciples of the Green Feather Mountain had already started to gather. The Dragon Spring League had ended, and they were about to return to the sect. In the main hall, Han Zhaoyue looked at Tang Wu unwillingly. 800 spirit stones and 300 merit points. I will give it to you, personally. It has nothing to do with the sect. Qin Wanli looked down at his feet, as if he did not hear anything. Tang Wu's face was slightly angry. Are you humiliating me, or do you want to fight? He glared at Han Zhaoyue. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for embarrassing you. With that, he strode out of the main hall and did not give Han Zhaoyue a chance to continue speaking. When he reached the door of the hall, he threw an item and stepped on it. He rushed into the sky and swept away in an instant. Looking in the direction he left, Han Zhaoyue gritted his teeth. Bastard! She would not give Tang Wu so many benefits for no reason. 800 spirit stones and 300 merit points were just money to buy Lu Ye's life. Unfortunately, she was rejected by Tang Wu. The Dragon Spring League was not the only Dragon Spring League. Tang Wu naturally would not do such a thing. If he really did that, how could he recruit rogue cultivators to work for him in the future? It took 2 days to go from the central peak to the Green Feather Mountain Station. The journey was not far, but it was not short either. The mighty group moved forward. Halfway through the journey, Xie Jin received a message. He checked it and looked up at Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu Yi, wait here for a moment. Senior brother Tang will be here soon. Lu Yi nodded. Everyone knew that it was time to part. Qiao Qiao rode her big wild boar forward and looked at Lu Yi with a smile. Junior brother Lu Yi, you must remember elder sister's good. Come and see elder sister when you miss elder sister. Before Lu Yi could speak, Hoopa growled at her. Qiao Qiao! Ai's face immediately darkened. She could not afford to offend him. Song Xia sat cross-legged on his scorpion. He walked past and saluted Lu Yi. Take care. Lu Yi returned the salute. Take care. Xie Jin and Tao Tiangang also said goodbye to him. Soon, the group from Green Feather Mountain crossed the mountain and disappeared. Lu Yi rode Hoopa and waited for a moment. Then, a stream of light came from the horizon. The strong fluctuations of spiritual energy were very obvious. The stream of light came closer and revealed its true appearance. It was a small boat. Tang Wu stood at the front of the boat with his hands behind his back. He looked very confident. Seeing Lu Yi, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Get on! Lu Yi thanked him and got on the boat with Hoopa. Up! Tang Wu formed a seal with one hand. The spiritual energy around his body surged, and the boat rose into the air. This was the first time Hoopa had experienced this kind of battle. It immediately roared and lowered its body, afraid that it would fall. Lu Yi comforted it a little, and it finally calmed down. Junior brother, where are you going? Tang Wu asked. Lu Yi really wanted to ask him where he could send him. If possible, he certainly wanted Tang Wu to send him to somewhere near the Blue Blood sect. That way, he wouldn't have to travel so quickly. But this was obviously impossible. There was still a long way to go to the Blue Blood sect. Tang Wu was only sending him out of morality to prevent him from being targeted by Han Jiyu. Since the other party had good intentions, Lu Yi naturally had to be tactful. "Senior brother, please wait a moment," Lu Yi said and took out the 10-point map to check. Tang Wu saw this and smiled slightly. "I can send junior brother there within 2 days. I have an appointment with someone in 2 days and have to keep it." He was also afraid that Lu Yi would point him to a place far away, so he explained in advance. Lu Yi simply handed over the 10-point map. "Head west, wherever senior brother can go." Tang Wu laughed and took the 10-point map. After checking it, he said, "Then let's go to Ian City. What do you think, junior brother?" Lu Yi returned the 10-point map and looked for the direction of Ian City. He nodded and said, "I'll do as senior brother says." "Thank you, senior brother. It's a small matter." Tang Wu waved his hand and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, Lu Ye's origin was extraordinary. He always carried a 10-point map with a few hundred spirit stones with him. When he went out to explore, he couldn't even afford a 3-point map, let alone a 10-point map. However, with his cultivation and strength, he wouldn't be jealous of a 10-point map. He just felt a little emotional. In terms of value, Tang Wu's boat was much more valuable than the 10-point map. Cultivators at the spirit stream realm couldn't fly with their physical body. Only those who had reached the Cloud River realm could have this ability. However, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could fly with the help of a spirit artifact. Although the consumption was not small, it was always more convenient to travel. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of cultivation was required to fly with a spirit artifact. But obviously a 7th order cultivator couldn't, because when Dong Shuyi chased him, he didn't have a spirit artifact. He glided all the way, which was far worse than flying. They weren't familiar with each other, and neither of them was a cheerful person, so they were relatively silent along the way. Every 4 to 6 hours or so, Tang Wu would descend and cultivate to replenish his spiritual energy. Lu Yi naturally didn't think that Tang Wu had used up all of his spiritual power. Tang Wu was doing this to preserve his own combat strength. After all, no one knew when danger would strike them while they were on the spirit stream battlefield. Keeping one's spiritual power at full capacity was the best way to deal with any unexpected situations. With someone beside him, Lu Yi couldn't swallow too many spirit pills to cultivate, and it was useless to cultivate with spirit stones. He could only construct spirit gathering spirit veins in his spirit aperture and sit cross-legged, pretending to cultivate. 2 days later, the light landed in front of a city. They had arrived at peaceful Peace City. Lu Yi jumped off the boat with Hupa and turned to salute. "Thank you, senior brother, for escorting me all the way." Tang Wu smiled. "It's a small matter. Let's part here. See you again." "See you again." Looking at the fleeing light, Lu Ye's face was filled with envy. When could he be so carefree? However, the road was paved one step at a time, and rice was eaten one bite at a time. Compared to other cultivators, his cultivation speed was already very fast. It had been almost 5 months since he entered the spirit stream battlefield, and he had already opened 54 apertures. This was basically impossible in the early stages of cultivators. Turning around, Lu Yi looked at the city in front of him and jumped onto the tiger's back. It was already late, and he was unfamiliar with this place. It was better to rest for the night in the city. Moreover, he needed to buy some supplies. Chapter 134. Compared to the markets that Lu Yi had been to before, Ian City was truly a big city. Lu Yi didn't know who built such a big city, but the liveliness in the city was obviously not something a market could compare to. The city walls were 20 feet tall and majestic, and the city gate alone was several feet tall. According to the map, Ian City had 12 gates. Lu Yi entered the city from the southeast gate. As far as the eye could see, the road that could allow several carriages to drive side by side went straight ahead as far as the eye could see. On both sides of the road were numerous stores that sold all kinds of goods. People came and went, jostling one another. Although it was night time, the city was brightly lit, and it was a bustling scene. Lu Yi walked around and took a look. It really opened his eyes. However, he soon discovered something strange. There seemed to be a lot of mortals in the city. At first, he thought that those people had cultivated the aura-concealing technique or were wearing some kind of spirit artifact that could conceal their spiritual aura. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't possible because there were so many of them. It wasn't until a drunk guy suddenly fell to the ground that Lu Yi realized that these people weren't cultivators, but mortals. There were mortals in the spirit stream battlefield. Naturally, there were mortals in the spirit stream battlefield. Those who belonged to sects could return to the 9 states through the Tianji Pillar at any time after entering the spirit stream battlefield. However, it was different for loose cultivators. Although they could do so, they would have to wait for someone to come back. Therefore, many loose cultivators wouldn't return to the 9 states after entering the spirit stream battlefield. They would marry and have children here. The descendants of loose cultivators might not necessarily become loose cultivators. Over the years, there were many more mortals in the spirit stream battlefield. Relatively speaking, it was easier for mortals in the spirit stream battlefield to open their apertures because the environment here was better. Therefore, many sects like to look for suitable candidates in the spirit stream battlefield and take in disciples. However, the spirit stream battlefield wasn't a safe place. There were many fierce beasts and fights between cultivators were common. Because of this, it was almost impossible to find any traces of mortals in the wilderness. Generally speaking, only large cities would have space for mortals to live in. For example, the market city that Lu Yi had visited before wouldn't have any mortals in it. There was also a small river flowing in the city. Under the night sky, there were a few boats floating in the river. On the boats were young men and women taking a night trip. After walking around the city for more than 2 hours, Lu Yi bought the supplies he needed. The things he bought the most were food and clothes. Needless to say, both he and Hoopa had huge appetites, so they couldn't eat less than 20 to 30 kilograms of meat in a single meal. They didn't buy much food this time because there was a lot of demonic beast meat stored in their storage pouch, all of which were bitten to death by Hoopa during the Dragon Spring meeting. The meat of demonic beasts was much more nutritious than the meat of ordinary beasts. It was also Lu Yi and Hoopo's favorite food, especially the meat of a demonic snake. It tasted extremely good. Unfortunately, ever since they left Azure Cloud Mountain, they had only eaten it a few times, but they didn't have the luck to eat it again. As for his clothes, he basically had to change into a new set after every battle. Either his clothes were stained with the enemy's blood or his own, so it was never clean. After asking for directions, Lu Yi rode on Hoopa and headed straight for the Tianji Business Alliance. Although there were inns in the city, Lu Yi was more used to staying in the Tianji Business Alliance. At the very least, his safety was guaranteed. Moreover, 1 spirit stone per night was not expensive. He could afford it with his current wealth. Under the waning lights, a woman's scream rang out. She reached out to cover her back, tears welling up in her eyes. She had been taken advantage of by a young man in embroidered clothes while she was strolling around the night market. The young man in embroidered clothes looked extraordinary. He wore a luxurious robe and was adorned with gold and jade ornaments. He had a wretched smile on his face as he raised his hand to sniff it. "Smells good." The woman's husband accompanied her. After learning the whole story, he stepped forward to argue with the young man, but he was knocked to the ground by the young man's evil slave. He screamed miserably. A cultivator at the side couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to teach this playboy a lesson. However, just as he stepped forward, he noticed that there was another person in front of the young man. Looking closely, he saw that the person was emitting a dense spirit chi. Impressively, he was a 6th order cultivator. 6th order spirit stream realm cultivators were rare in the outermost circle of the battlefield. Being able to appear beside this playboy as a guard, It was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. This person only wanted to stand up for the injustice, but now he didn't have the courage to do so. He was only a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator. What a scandal! He angrily spat, turned around, and walked away. Out of sight, out of mind. There were many injustices in this world, so how could he care about all of them? All right, don't beat him to death. The playboy young master spoke, and the evil slaves dispersed. Those who knew this playboy young master were already used to it, and only shook their heads and sighed. The woman who had been taken advantage of threw herself at her husband and cried. The playboy young master let out a long sigh, turned around and patted the sixth order cultivator's chest. How boring, old Dong. Old Dong! The sixth order cultivator's eyes twitched. He raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. What kind of sin did I commit? He betrayed the sect, and his 3 orifices were broken. His future was hopeless. In order to get rid of the sect's investigation, he fled day and night to this place. Relying on his previous connections, he joined a 9th order family. Originally, he thought that with his 6th order cultivation, even if he wasn't put in a very important position, he would at least have some status. After all, there weren't many 6th order cultivators in the outer circle. A person like him could easily take charge of a station and become a deputy protector. He used to be a guardian. The family he had sought refuge with was full of enthusiasm when he received him. But after he joined, he was assigned the task of protecting their young master. This kind of job could be summed up in one word, and that was bodyguard. He, a dignified 6th order cultivator, was actually going to be a mortal's bodyguard? When he heard this news, he felt like his whole body was going to split open. He comforted himself that this was just a test. After all, he had betrayed the sect, and it was already good enough that someone accepted him. The young master he was assigned to guard was the same as all playboys in the world. All day long, he brought a few evil slaves to run amok in the city, causing people to complain. Apart from doing good things, he didn't do anything. Previously, he was even beaten up and almost lost his life. Although the young master was immortal and wasn't favored by the patriarch, his beautiful mother was the patriarch's favorite. As a mother, how could she not love her son? Under the instigation of that cheap servant girl, he, who had sought refuge with the young master, was assigned to be his young master's bodyguard. After a few days of contact, he found that this young man's personality wasn't just bad. Just like just now, he didn't have to do anything to the young lady, he just had a cheap hand. After a day, if he didn't touch 8 or 10 girls, he wouldn't be able to stay idle. Many people in the city knew him, and most of the young ladies didn't dare to say anything even if they suffered a loss, so they just let it go. However, this fellow had a sense of propriety and never provoked cultivators. The people he bullied were all ordinary people. It was unknown how a mortal like him could have trained his eyes to distinguish between cultivators. It could only be said that everyone had their own talent. He also wouldn't easily kill anyone. Just like just now, he only ordered a few evil slaves to beat someone up. This was probably the biggest reason why he was able to live until now. Of course, another reason was that his family was strong enough. "Let's go, old Dong." The young master called out and led the few evil slaves away. Old Dong followed with a dark face, feeling that his life was gloomy. At the southeast gate, a carriage stopped and a young man led 2 people into the city. The city was full of flowers, which dazzled the eyes of the 2 people who had never seen the city before. The young man in the lead was a 5th order cultivator, while the other 2 were only 2nd order cultivators. They were a man and a woman. There are many people in the city. Don't run around. If you get separated, we won't be able to find you, the young man warned. Of the 2 2nd order cultivators, the woman obediently nodded and followed her senior brother. The man, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Junior sister, don't listen to senior brother's threats. We have the battlefield mark, so if we get separated, we can still contact senior brother." "Oh, right." The woman suddenly reacted and turned to look at her senior brother. her beautiful eyes full of expectation. The senior brother had a headache and sighed. "All right, you can go shopping by yourself. Remember to find me at the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union. We will stay here for the night and set off tomorrow." "Understood, senior brother." The woman was overjoyed and disappeared into the crowd with the second-order cultivator. The young man sighed helplessly and walked towards the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union. On the third floor of the Commerce Union, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in his room. 54 spirit apertures were gathering spirit chi, and the surrounding world energy was constantly flowing in. He was not in a hurry to cultivate because there was something he had not had time to investigate. Reaching into his storage bag, he took out a flat object. It was the one he had spat out from the dragon spring. At that time, he was pressed for time, so he only had time to put it into his storage bag. Later, Tang Wu was beside him, so he could not investigate it. Only now did he take it out. Ah Wu! What Li did not expect was that when he took it out, Hoopa actually growled and lowered his body, glaring fiercely at the object in Lu Ye's hand. This was Hoopo's display of hostility. Lu Yi was puzzled and looked at Yi. Yi quickly comforted him and communicated with Hoopo for a while before explaining. "Hoopa can't explain it clearly. It was just an instinctive reaction." "Instinctive?" And Yi nodded. Lu Yi lowered his head and looked at the object in his hand. It was palm-sized and oval-shaped. At first glance, it looked like a fish scale, but upon closer inspection, it did not look like one. "Snake scale." Lu Yi suddenly remembered that there was a flying dragon pattern on the bronze gate. The scales on that dragon were very similar to the one in his hand. Could it be a dragon scale? But why would a dragon scale spit out from the dragon spring? Moreover, he had never heard Xiejin mention such a thing. If a dragon scale had spat out from the dragon spring before, then this matter could not have been concealed, because it was not only the Blue Feather Mountain sect that had undergone body tempering in the dragon spring. Lu Yi recalled the 2 huge blood-red pupils that appeared in his mind during the body tempering process. What is that? What is this? Chapter 135. Was it a coincidence that he obtained this thing? It didn't feel like it. Lu Yi recalled the scene at that time. After he reinforced all 54 of his spiritual cavities with spirit-gathering spirit runes, a huge blood-red pupil suddenly appeared in his mind. He also faintly heard an old voice, but Lu Yi couldn't clearly hear what the other party said. Immediately after, a dragon scale sprayed out from the dragon spring. This didn't seem like a coincidence. It seemed like there was some kind of power that specifically sent this dragon scale to him. It seemed that there were some secrets hidden under the dragon spring, secrets that even Green Feather Mountain's Tai Luo sect didn't know about. Lu Yi didn't think too much about it. It was useless to think about it now. His cultivation was still too low. Looking at what seemed to be a dragon scale in his hand, Lu Yi found that this thing was blood-red, as if fresh blood was flowing inside. A somewhat familiar aura flowed out from the scale. It came from the same source as the faint red mist near the dragon spring. The reason why the dragon spring could temper a cultivator's physique was because of the faint red mist. When a cultivator meditated and breathed the mist into their body, their physique would be strengthened. Then this scale, Lu Ye's mind became active. If this was really the case, then this scale was a priceless treasure. The dragon spring was fixed in one place and could only be opened once every 3 years. If one wanted to enter, they had to participate in the dragon spring meeting and fight to the death. However, this scale was on him and could be used at any time. But how to use it, Lu Yi was a bit troubled. The reason why he was able to temper his physique in the dragon spring was because, under the guidance of the spirit-gathering spirit pattern, the faint red mist continuously surged into his body. If the faint red mist was considered a special kind of energy, then the energy on the scales had already condensed into a solid state. Under such circumstances, the spirit-gathering spirit runes naturally couldn't be used. At this moment, his 54 spiritual cavities were reinforced with spirit gathering spirit runes. If it was useful, it would have already been used. Just as he was at his wit's end, Hoopa suddenly came over and buried his head in Lu Ye's chest. He suddenly sucked at the scale on Lu Ye's hand. A line of blood visible to the naked eye flowed out from the scale and was sucked into Hoopa's mouth. Hoopa immediately stiffened and fell down. Hoopa! Yi was shocked. Lu Yi also hurriedly got up to check the situation. After a moment, the man and the spirit looked at each other and relaxed. Hoopa was fine, but it seemed to have fallen into some kind of nightmare. Although it was lying on the ground in a deep sleep, low growls kept coming out of its throat. Not only that, there was a faint, bloody light flashing on the surface of its body. Lu Yi, is Hoopa all right? Yi was still worried. It should be fine. Lu Yi recalled the feeling of being tempered by the dragon spring. I probably inhaled too much. I couldn't resist it and fainted. When he was tempering his body in the dragon spring, he had endured a lot of pain, and that was only the light red mist. However, Hoopa had just sucked out a line of blood, and that blood-red line was clearly much stronger than the mist. Both of them were the same type of energy and had the effect of tempering the body. After suddenly enduring the immense pain, Hoopa fainted. If he wasn't mistaken, the red light on its body was tempering its physique. With Hoopa as an example, Lu Yi didn't dare to have any devious thoughts. If he wanted to use the energy in this scale armor, he had to think of a safer way. Putting away the scale armor, Lu Yi and Yi observed Hoopa for a while to confirm that it was really fine. Yi could also sense that Hoopa's vitality was increasing at an extremely clear rate. As his vitality increased, his physique would naturally become stronger as well. It was just as Lu Yi had guessed. The scale armor was a good thing, regardless of whether it was a dragon scale or not. Lu Yi solemnly put the scale armor into his personal storage bag, ate something, and got up to practice his saber. This time, the feeling of practicing his saber was different from any other time before. After his physique became stronger, Lu Yi could clearly feel that the speed and strength of his attacks had greatly increased. It was at least 30% faster. This increase was very terrifying. He didn't know how others had improved, but he didn't think it would be as much as he did. He had absorbed too much of the light red mist in the dragon spring, causing the mist in that small space to disappear completely. He thought of Huasiai again. If this woman saw him again, she would probably suspect that he was walking the path of body cultivators. Lu Yi felt that his current physique and vitality were even stronger than the fifth-order body cultivators he had seen in Tai Luo sect. For the whole night, Lu Yi didn't cultivate and just practiced his saber, using this method to familiarize himself with his suddenly strengthened body. At dawn, Hoopa woke up. Yi examined him and found that there was nothing wrong with him. His vitality had increased by a large amount, and even his snow-white fur had become more lustrous. Opposite the merchant union was Drunken Spring House, which dealt in the sex trade. However, the women here were not only mortals, but also rogue cultivators with some cultivation, so the business was very prosperous. After a night of tossing and turning, the exhausted young master pushed open the door with his clothes in disarray. Outside the door, old Dong stood there with his hands behind his back like a wooden stake, resting with his eyes closed. He did a pretty good job as a bodyguard. If the young master hadn't lost his temper last night, he would probably have stood at the bedside for the whole night, becoming a true bodyguard. "Let's go, old Dong." The young master called out, feeling satisfied as he recalled the various tastes of last night. To ordinary mortals, cultivators were all high and mighty, but he wasn't an ordinary mortal. He didn't degrade those mortal women because he had a better place to go. Compared to those mortal women, female cultivators with cultivation were undoubtedly more to his taste. This gave him a sense of superiority as he played. So what if they were cultivators? They could throw out a lot of spirit stones. But this young master could still do whatever he wanted. The debauchee young master walked in front. Old Dong, the bodyguard, followed behind. and the brothel keeper enthusiastically sent the few evil slaves away. Two figures hurried towards the merchant union. The man in the lead had a long face, not knowing what he had done wrong. The young girl following behind him also had an ugly expression. This was the first time these two young cultivators had seen such a bustling city, so everything was new to them. As they strolled around, they forgot about the time. It wasn't until their senior brother sent them a message that they remembered what they were here for. They hurried towards the Tianji Merchant Union, ready to meet up with their senior brother. Recalling their senior brother's reprimand, the two young cultivators felt very uneasy. "We're here." When they arrived at the entrance of the Tianji Merchant Union, the two of them were panting heavily. However, neither of them dared to stop and hurriedly rushed inside. A huge tiger's head suddenly appeared, scaring the woman into screaming. The young man instinctively protected her. However, the tiger only glanced at them before walking away. The young girl patted her chest, only now realizing that this wasn't the wilderness. There were many cultivators with pet beasts in the city, but such a majestic pet beast was rare. The young man was also sizing up the snow-white tiger. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, widening his eyes to take a closer look. After confirming that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, he hurriedly chased after the tiger. In a flash, he arrived in front of the person beside the tiger and blocked his path. He pointed at him with a pensive expression. "You are—" Lu Yi placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and looked indifferently at the young man in front of him, gathering spirit energy in his eyes. A second-order spirit stream realm cultivator could cut down several with a single slash, but why does he look so familiar? A few dozen meters away at the breakfast stall outside Drunken Spring House, the debauchee young master was eating delicious dumplings. Suddenly, his face lit up and he pointed in a certain direction. Old Dong, that snow-white tiger is really beautiful. Go ask that person how many spirit stones he can sell it for. Let's buy it." Old Dong's face darkened. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he raised his head and looked in that direction. Slowly his eyes widened, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. After looking carefully, he confirmed that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. The little brat, who should have died at his hands, was actually still alive. How could he not die? At that time, his merit points had clearly been deducted, and there were pieces of flesh and blood floating from the bottom of the pool. No, he was in a hurry to return to the sect at that time, so he didn't go down to check if there was another third-order cultivator underwater at that time. Was there such a coincidence? There were always many coincidences in this world. For example, Old Dong was eating breakfast here with the debauchee young master, and the young master saw the snow-white tiger. For example, that young man blocked Lu Ye's path. "You're that Lu Yi." The young man finally remembered. A few months wasn't too long, and the name Lu Yi at that time was really unforgettable. "Yes, you're that Lu Yi." Lu Yi frowned. He also recognized the other party. He was one of the mine slaves who had been rescued by Grand Heaven Alliance with him, but this person had come to the mine late. In addition, Lu Yi had always been alone and didn't have much interaction with others, so the two had only met twice before and hadn't even spoken a word. How could he meet this person in this place? Lu Yi was extremely depressed. Could there be such a coincidence in this world? "It's me, Wu Hua, who joined Burning Moon Mountain. Don't you recognize me?" Wu Hua seemed very enthusiastic. Regardless of whether he had any friendship with Lu Yi at that time, it was also a kind of fate that he could meet someone he knew here. "You've got the wrong person." Lu Yi didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he jumped onto the tiger's back and left. Got the wrong person? Wu Hua was confused. Impossible. He wanted to chase after him, but a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "What are the two of you doing?" Wu Hua and the young woman stiffened. When they turned to look, they saw their senior brother standing behind them with an unfriendly expression. "Senior brother." The two of them hurriedly bowed. When the young woman saw that her senior brother was about to lose his temper, she quickly said, "Senior brother Wu, you've met someone you know." Wu Hua was stunned. He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, it's that person riding a big white tiger." He pointed with a finger. The young man looked up and saw Lu Ye's figure blending into the crowd. However, he still managed to catch a glimpse of the spiritual light on Lu Ye's body. But he said, "I've got the wrong person." Wu Hua was slightly confused. "I didn't. He's that Lu Yi." The young woman chimed in to divert her senior brother's attention. "Lu Yi? That's a strange name." Wu Hua smiled and said, "His real name is Lu Yi, but someone gave him a nickname because he only has a one-leaf innate talent during the innate talent test. It quickly spread,